Show us the edge. Yes. The chip on the shoulders, the fight and the passion that comes from within. Whoa. Try to win on every level. Yeah. Expectations high. Gotta show them you can fly. Play harder, better, smarter. Baby, put the league on notice. Show me the edge, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah, yeah. Whoa, done seen the walk of shame enough. Wanna see the walk of winning, time to come up and bring out the alpha. Don't let replay every possession. How bad you want it, love, do you want it all? This ain't a blood on bluff, built for something greater. Attacking all obstacles, coming for the ring, my precious. You got the juice, the will, the heart, the fire. Show 'em the proof, show 'em that it shall be done. Show me the edge, yeah, yeah, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah.
You're listening to the Pelicans Postgame Report on the PRO Media Network for all things Pelicans.
For all things Pelicans, you're now tuned into the Pelican Postgame Report. Much love to the fam. Hope y'all having a fantastic start of your weekend, man. Listen, fam, I'll talk a little Pels early on. Big ups to the fam. I'm Big Q in this one. Listen, man, shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all. We're going to talk some Pelicans early, baby. We're going to do that because let me tell you, a few things shaking with our Pelicans over the last few weeks, a few days, actually. And we've been covering here on the PPR stream. So big ups to the fam. Good to see you. As always, we'll have DC chiming in, perhaps Lexa. Big ups to you guys as we get going in this stream. And of course, this one's from Adrian Wojnarowski. Getting right into it, the fact that the Pelicans are planning to defer the Lakers' first round pick. Well, they are actually going to do it. It's official that they're going to defer the pick until 2025. So the Lakers will keep that pick. And pretty much what that means is, you know, they'll pick next year. And is that a good strategy? A lot of people consider this draft a very weak draft, and they anticipate next year's draft having a lot more, a lot more oomph to it than this year's draft. But there are quite a few, to be honest with you, there are quite a few players in this draft in terms of like bigs that the Pels can go after, man, if they're looking to utilize that pick. And perhaps they could take the pick and trade it, use it as in potential trades. We know that BI's on the trade block, as well as the Pelicans look to try to upgrade the team or pretty much reset the core is what we're looking at. All right, so big ups to the fam. Good to see y'all. Good morning indeed to everybody. Daniel, good to see you, man. Jordan, big ups to you, Mont Dog. Philly, what's happening? That's right, early birds. Yeah, you're right. What's up, Kevin? How you doing, man? Appreciate you being in the stream as well. Elite, big ups to Elite joining the stream as well. So listen, fam, they're going to defer, and we kind of anticipated this. I was thinking of the strategy perhaps, but a lot of changing and it's going on with the Pelicans. We talked about the Trajan Langdon thing, him taking the job to be the VP of basketball ops for the Detroit Pistons club. And, you know, that comes with it. Now, there's another executive that they're anticipating him bringing with him over there. We'll talk about that momentarily. But it's a lot of stuff popping with the Pels right now. So let's kind of delve into this one here as the Pelicans defer the first round pick. That'll help. The Lakers were anticipating that as something that they thought that they was hoping that the Pelicans could do because they need some assets, right? And of course, we do know about the James Borrego thing. We'll talk about that. As JJ Redick, all the insiders are saying that JJ Redick is the guy for the job. I'm like, huh? But it is LA. Is LA, is Pelinka. you're going to give this guy a job, never did it before. The other credible coaches that are available, but that's LA. That's why a lot of people don't want to take that damn job. It's stupid. But JJ Redick is the dude. And of course, there are rumors saying that we know that JJ Redick already is working on his staff. And it was put out there that Borrego would be, potentially a member of JJ Redick's staff, as long as with Borrego, who was it else? It was Sam Cassell and others was supposed to be a part of his staff, and also Borrego is supposed to be mentioned in rumors with another team that we'll talk about too. So anyway, Pelicans deferred the pick until 2025. Christian Clark was one of the people that kind of talked about it. We know Adrian Wojnarowski was the one that kind of dropped the scoop there. And we kind of figured that would more than likely be the thing as they would do. Now, as a cap expert, Yazi Goslin observes deferring the pick was always viewed as a logical outcome for the Pelicans because the Pelicans already controlled the 21st pick in this draft, which is perceived as a weak draft. So pushing the pick back a year will remove the $3.8 million cap hole from their books, which is pretty significant given the team's financial situation. So a money component to it, we knew that it's a money component with the Pelicans' weak draft, plus them getting almost $4 million back in terms of, with the cap situation, is a win-win in the Pels book. So indeed. So there you go. So, of course, the little backdrop on that situation, the 2025 first rounder that LA will send to New Orleans is the final outgoing piece from the Anthony Davis trade of 2019. If the Lakers struggle next season, it could possibly it could be a lottery selection in what is viewed as a much stronger draft. And LA went 47-35 this season, and entering the playoffs as the 7th seed before being eliminated in the first round by the defending champion Denver Nuggets. In addition to the 2025 first round pick from the Lakers, the Pels also controls Milwaukee's 2027 first round pick in the Drew Holiday trade, and own all of their future firsts. So, the Pelicans got a lot of draft capital that they can utilize as well moving forward. So, like I said, they're still formatting it, getting things together, figuring out which moves would be the correct moves in terms of picking up and handling business the right way for our Pels and building the team stronger. Like we talked about on the show ad nauseum and kind of documented that the Pelicans, to be honest with you, they're resetting the core of the team with Brandon Ingram being potentially moved in the trade because they're not gonna pay that extension. They're just not. So you have to move them. So with that being said, resetting the core means eventually CJ McCollum's going to get out of here too. And they're going to more than likely have to sparse and put players there. Now, there's a lot of chatter right now of which players would be the best players to place in that role next to Zion Williamson. A lot of people, me personally right now, it's a lot of stuff going on because now even the Cleveland, it's another thing going on with Cleveland as they're now trying to say Jared Allen is not up for. It's just foolishness. Anyway, DC joins the stream. Shout out to DC. But I don't know if you guys been keeping up with the chatter with Cleveland, with Donovan. They want Donovan Mitchell there, and now they're trying to talk Darius Garland into staying there and keeping that core together. Now they're saying that they don't want to move Jared. It's just that I just think it's a bunch of BS. I think eventually Darius Garland will command his way out of there, man. So I mean that's pretty much what's going to pretty much happen there, to be honest with you. So anyway, DC, how you doing tonight, brother? I mean, this morning.
Doing good, bro. Doing good, man. Intrigued by some of the things.
Right. So yeah, it's a few things, man. So the deferring of the pick wasn't really a surprise there. A weak draft, as well as a cap component there, as them getting almost the pick there. They'll remove of 3.8 million cap hole from the books, so they get a little extra money back on that deal. So yeah, so you have they still control the 21st pick there, and they kind of move it forward, man. and it kind of follows forward on, what would they do at 21? Now there's a ton of other things going on, but the Pelicans did have, a tryout that occurred. Pelicans worked out Zach Edey pre-draft, and they're thinking that he could find. Now a lot of mock drafts have Zach Edey, the big Purdue center. This guy's big old guy, 7'4".
That's the answer for Wendy. That's what everybody thinks.
But it's the dude is huge. He was the national, what was he? He was the National Player of the Year, so he had that award to his game. And he dives. I was watching highlight film. I'm doing some research on Zach Edey, but a lot of mock drafts have Edey falling there. So perhaps the Pelicans have an eye there. So he's not like they want Jonas to be. They had Jonas as a guy that wasn't as spry or athletic as he wants. But when you look at Zach Edey's game and they kind of working him out, actually, if you're looking for a big in this draft, depending on which kind of big you're looking at, what kind of big you like, they have every type of big that fits your system in this draft. And a lot of these guys could play. I know GC likes the guy. He likes Ware. I think Ware, yeah, he likes him. But
Ware, Tyler Smith, there's a few of them, man. Tyler Smith is actually pretty good too from the G League Ignite. Dude that's like 6'10", really athletic. I think his defense is better than the Ignite. Like when you go watch him, because their defense sucked as a team. And we had an interesting list of people that were working out, man. I actually looked at some people on that draft list. I was trying to find it to pull it up for you, but I can't find a link right now. But it was like maybe 8 or 9 guys. And I'm not gonna lie to you, when you go look at some of these guys, they're interesting, man. Darren Holmes, your guy you like. The Pels have a lot of options that they can go with. Probably, I guess, a combination center, a power forward guy that could moonlight at the center spot. There's a lot of options as far as guys like that. And you got Zach Edey, which I don't think that's serious. I think they're doing the due diligence because, he is 7'4", so he has that over on us. But other than that, man, you got a guy that can play in the post, can't really stretch the defense. He's, I think, moves better than people intended, but he's 7'4", and he's not super athletic center. You know what I'm saying? I'd be really shocked if we took him, but I wouldn't be mad. I just don't think the Pels looking in that direction, especially after the horrible chronicles of Jonas Valanciunas that we had to watch. Willie constantly taking him out. A lot of times we thought he probably should play, so it's very intriguing and different.
Yeah, I got Zach Edey's numbers pulled up. Like I said, he was Pelicans took interest in him in 25.2 points per game on almost 66% shooting from the field, 12 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks a game, 2.2 blocks a game. So he's it's a big presence in the definitely in the paint, and he has an offensive component to his game, and he was their best player. So, man, like you said, he's not super athletic. I was watching him, but he moves better than Jonas. But I don't know if he's the fit for Willie Green's system. That's the whole thing. Shout out to brother Sean Castro, man. He says, I just want to win. Salute to the whole flock. Thank you for your super chat, brother. Appreciate that. Yeah, I agree, man. I'm with you on that. I just want to win too, bro. I just want to win. And we just won't play the damn players that make sense. Lex, are you there? Welcome on in, Lex.
Yo, what's up with you?
How you doing?
Doing all right. Doing all right.
What's good, Lex? What's good?
Yeah, stepping away from the basketball court a little bit so I can so y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. I heard you hit that 3-pointer, and everybody started cheering. I heard you.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Nah, there's a game going on, so yeah, just trying to get away to a good spot. What's going on, DC? How you doing?
I'm doing good, Lex. Doing good. I'm trying to find a way to get excited about the Pelicans. Hopefully we trade for Trae Young.
Yeah, that would be nice. I am still kind of concerned, but how y'all feel about? Because I'm just coming in, so I didn't hear everything. How y'all feel about them deferring the Lakers pick?
I love it. I
Yeah,
love it. I think it makes a ton of sense with the uncertainty of the Lakers. I wasn't really excited about them picking 17 in this draft, especially knowing next year everybody's ranting and raving about the draft next year. So even if we get in the same position or similar position next year, I think it'll still be pretty good.
yeah. As we draft depending on what you're looking for, but in terms of bigs, like I said, it works well with the Pelicans, man. Like we're looking at these bigs. There are a lot of bigs out there that fit with that can fit what they do. Got all types. So I mean, they play it right. We should be all right. Shout out to DJ, man. State of the Pelicans. Then again, we still have DC Lex Carlo, as DJ says. Where? All right. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate you.
Carlo will be a nice surprise, DJ, but let's be real, man. What do we really know about Carlo in the NBA? We can't hang our head on that. Pair him with 2-3 other guys and see if he rises to the top. And if he does, then great.
Go ahead, Lex.
Oh no, like DJ really locked in on third string and G Leaguers.
He's the underdog, man.
I mean, I get it, but
DJ did call Najee Marshall. He saw that and he was team Najee from day one. Yeah, and a few other guys, man. DJ, he got a reason to be like that to an extent, in my opinion.
That's right. You gotta call it out. DJ did call Najee. I think he called Jose Alvarado. He was talking about Jose Alvarado. There's always the underdog. DJ rides for the underdog. So there you go.
Got you. Well, shoot. I think the Pelicans organization is underdog. So I want to call for everybody. But I haven't seen everybody all the bigs in the draft because I don't really know anybody. I'm gonna be honest. Now I am familiar with Edey. I know talking, looking at him and everything. I see his stats and everything. I think the biggest thing, because I'm not the analytical type person. I'm looking because I did see him play. I think I'm concerned about him. I guess being more, because he doesn't seem like a full court type guy. He seems like more a half court. And you got to understand, like, the speed of the game in the NBA is totally different than college. So I'm kind of worried about, like, I think half court he would do great. But, in a certain dynamic, you're almost looking at, like, in a nutshell, kind of like a younger JV. So I don't know how y'all feel about that, but that's what I kind of pick up, just seeing his game and everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually true because there's a couple of scouting reports that refer to him. In particular, this one right here refers to his slowness in the pop game. I mean, he definitely has some athletic limitations to his game. Like I said, he's talented, but once again, we don't want to have a Valanciunas type. See, we can draft this kid and bring him on to the team, but Willie just gonna bench him.
I think one aspect of Zach Edey that's we're extremely underrating when talking about him and comparing him to JV right now. The only thing I compare to him with JV is really maybe some of his touch around the basket and his slow-footedness, But Zach Edey he's a very intelligent basketball player. And he's an exceptional, beyond exceptional defender, man. This dude, he's a true anchor. If the Pels did get Zach Edey, right, he's definitely not going to be our, just starting center all the time, a guy out there playing 30 minutes. That ain't really good. That ain't going to be him. But somebody that you can play maybe off the bench or he has a defined role, I think it would be amazing. The dude provides excellent rim protection. He's 7'4" with like maybe a 7'8" wingspan. What is it? 8 foot something wingspan? I don't know his wingspan. You can see him finish around the rim with both hands. You know what I'm saying? He sets excellent screens, Q. Excellent screens.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? He can operate the pick and roll on offense, with a point guard. If we had somebody like, let's say, Trae Young, man, he might be able to turn Zach Edey to a goddamn all-star. You never know. But the only downfall is how does it work with Zion? Does he clog the paint? But I look at him in a similar mode. I mean, is Steven Adams really clog the paint? And when you have somebody that's intelligent and they know how to move around there and they're unselfish and looking to free other guys up, getting them screen assists, I definitely think it could work. It's just you can't just have Zach Edey and think we solved that solution. We still need like 2 other guys because different moments during the game, different matchups, he may get played off the floor, especially as a rookie. But he has a chance. That dude has a chance to be something special, man. We don't really know. Everybody talking down on him. We could look back at this draft and be like, man, why didn't people pick Zach Edey? But I don't think he's going to make it to 21.
Well, DC, it's not that people are talking down on Zach Edey. It's the fact that people realize who their coach is. That's what they know. And they could see a potential repeat or a similar situation where Edey is treated like a Valanciunas, where if you take this guy, you take a first round draft pick, you want to see if you can get max value. The Pelicans need rim protection. And Edey, even though he's a very good player, does he really fit with Willie Green? That we don't need any more players that Willie Green is not going to play. You can draft these guys, but it's up to the coach to find a role for these guys. And like we was talking about before, and it might be a moot point, but you talked about, I think probably Ware would be a better choice for the Pelicans, but I don't think he'll be there at 21 when the Pelicans choose. So like I said, man, that's what I'm looking at. Is we know who Willie Green is. And if you take Edey, and like I said, I watched Edey play, man, he's a force. He's a force for Purdue, but the thing is, he's not as fast as you would want, and that's that whole switch everything. Do you see him working?
Yeah. And see, that's what I'm concerned about.
That's not going to work. Yeah, go ahead, Lex.
Yeah, no, just what you said. That's what I'm concerned about. Because, I mean, you look at him and his speed works, on that college level. But it's like, dude, speed is relative. So it's like, once you get into a setting where you're around, guys that are a whole lot faster than you, because they talk about, that's one of the top things that NBA players talk about, the speed of the game and the physicality. Physicality, I don't have a problem with that. He's a big guy. I don't think he'll have any problems. The thing I'm concerned about is the speed. And obviously with Willie Green, it's a defensive running team. They like to run. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you think about, even in a way, and I'm not trying to relate their games, but you look at DeMarcus Cousins. Even when he was getting up and down the floor, and I know coach wasn't Willie Green, but the thing is, a lot of teams adopt that. They adopted, the strong running game, getting away from half court. So, I mean, it's like you're not as athletic. And DeMarcus, he's not a guy who played above the rim either. And you could kind of see that all that running was kind of like wear and tear on him. So, in a way, it's kind of concerning. That's the only, biggest thing that I'm concerned about. But I am interested to know, like, are there any, because you said that there were a lot of bigs in this draft, right?
That's right.
So what are, I guess, the other bigs or other options? I mean, did anybody stick out to you guys?
There's the only one that's the college player of the year twice. They only got one of them.
Yeah, that's Zach Edey, but he doesn't fit what you do, DC.
And one other thing, the only reason I'm I guess speaking on him highly right now is one other reason. We have to deal with Wembanyama. Are we not gonna try to devise some type of goddamn plan for that?
No, we
just gonna allow him to turn into a mega superstar, and when we play him, we gonna act shocked that we have no idea how to even contemplate on trying to defend him.
We got a plan for that.
I mean,
what's the plan, Q?
The plan is Larry Nance. Cut it off, you see.
Stop it. Man,
Yeah, we're gonna switch everything and allow Wembanyama to switch on to
Big Q, throw the whole season away.
Larry
Throw the whole season away.
Larry is the answer, regardless of what the question is. Okay, let's get that straight. Let's go ahead.
Nah, I was just hey, if that's the answer, throw the whole season away. Because look, it's not just Wembanyama. I don't know if y'all noticed, like, size is like a big deal right now. Like having size down low. I mean, obviously you saw what the T-Wolves did to Denver. You know what I'm saying? They had three bigs to go up against Jokic. That was a lot. And it actually worked in that series.
Wore them down.
I mean, if you look at Dallas, you know, their size with Derek Lively.
Yeah, that's what I think they'll wind up winning the championship. We might have a championship.
It's not just Wembanyama. And I really feel like that it's going to come down to that size, you know, because the thing is, what are guys trying to do? They're trying to attack. You're running into bigs. So, I mean, I think.
But we're a small ball team. Let's
say again.
We're a small ball. We're gonna do the exact opposite of everybody else, and we're gonna be good at that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but I mean, if you look at even with their bigs, like they're defensive bigs, so they run the floor very well. You know what I'm saying? It's not like because you only have like the traditional bigs like Jokic and Embiid. I mean, even with Wembanyama, you can even put him at like a stretch four, just the way that he plays. I mean, he can play down low, but like he's not the type of person he's gonna move you out the way. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think the biggest thing is just getting big guys, getting like size up there, like, because you can't teach 7 foot. So, you know, I don't think it necessarily has to be like somebody like Edey, but that's why I think we talked about we need somebody who can run that floor block shots.
Yeah,
that's really the answer. So,
yeah, that's good points, Lex DC. I think the point about Wembanyama is an issue too, because that's true. I mean, the Dallas Mavericks could end up bringing the championship to the Southwestern Conference. Man, we could be the champion could possibly reside inside of the Southwest division. Excuse me. So that's crazy, man. Because I didn't think it was going to be Dallas. I thought the winner of the Minnesota and Denver series was the team that'll represent the West. And boy, that's Luka says nope. Kyrie said nope. And the Dallas Mavericks just lit it on fire, man. Those guys are fantastic. And just think about where they were a year ago, where Luka was upset and the team went to work. They started trading. They got Gafford, they got PJ, and they went to work and turned it around. And of course, they have competent coaching. That's a big part of it too.
Yeah, Jason Kidd is a great coach.
Yeah,
he's a point guard. He's a champion as a player, and in
Willie
a position to be a champion as a coach. Huh?
I also want to say that the front office, man, they have an amazing front office where they were able to recognize what their team need and go out in the middle of the season and get it and not wait and sit on their hands.
Yeah.
Try to figure out, maybe we can do it with this current route. No, they went and attacked that, got what they needed. And in my opinion, I think they're going to wind up winning the championship. Boston can definitely win too, but I just feel like Dallas, the way they're playing, they're not taking no for an answer.
Lex, let me say this before you go. Willie was a point guard too. The floor is yours.
Willie was a point guard?
He was a guard.
No, he was a combo.
Wait, what?
He was a combo. And there's many definitions to a combo guard.
Jason Kidd, BQ.
No, I'm saying
Jason Kidd was a true point guard.
I said Willie was a guard. Just go ahead, Lex. You got it.
No, I didn't. But I said point guard. He was a true point guard. You know what I'm saying? But
I got
Willie, yeah, he's more of a filler, man. I mean, I was never excited about that dude's game. I mean, he was out there, and that was about it. But shoot, hey man, CPQ, you made me forget what I was gonna say, man.
You said Jason was a guard. We got two guards going to be coaching up against each other, So, that's exciting, Even though Jason Kidd gave compliments not to Willie, but to his assistant coach. He said they weren't right.
Yeah, he was right about that.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this though, Mark Cuban doesn't play. Man, that dude's on a mission. And just in case y'all don't remember, the Mavs, they y'all know they missed the play-in and the playoffs like altogether just last season. And that's what's kind of crazy about where they are right now. It's like that's what they did just within a season. Because that's when they obviously traded for Kyrie, and Luka and Kyrie were trying to get their chemistry together. Well, it looks like they got it together. I'm pretty confident about that. And I mean, I just think that's pretty spectacular. I think definitely the measuring stick for the Pelicans, though. I see the measuring stick, looking at the Thunder and the Minnesota T-Wolves just because of the rebuild. But depending on what we do in this trade, it's one of those things where you can't make the wrong decision. Like, it's that imperative that you don't make the wrong decision. If you're retooling, and this is just how I feel. I mean, I don't know if anybody else feels like this. You need to get proven players. So when I say proven players, guys that have performed at a high level in the play, because that's what the Pelicans are trying to further, to go further in the playoffs. Not just get to the playoffs, but to go far in the playoffs. If you're going with, all the cheapest, or you're going with like very, very strong role players, which there's nothing wrong with that, but we also have to think like we got to get over the hump. It's not like a regular season thing. It's not so much like we want to be good in regular season. All right. But we also want to be great in the playoffs. And we don't want just regular season guys. And that's one of the reasons why I had a problem with Jared Allen, because he's like a straight up regular season type cat. When he gets in the playoffs, he doesn't really perform the greatest. You know what I'm saying? So
But like, check this out though. In any traditional center, for the most part, they get played off the floor. A lot of them in the playoffs. You're not getting him for the playoffs, to be honest. Other than rim protection, when you can use that, but he's gonna have a reduced role in
In
the
the playoffs,
playoffs.
so you would be getting them for the playoffs, though, right?
Yeah, no, but the thing is, hold on.
No,
What was that, Q?
I'm saying you getting them, if you're getting them for rim protection and stuff like that for the season, you get them for the playoffs, correct? Am I right? Am I thinking it?
In a way, but his role is obviously going to be reduced in the playoffs because he can't stretch the floor. Everybody starts stretching the floor in the playoffs, so you can still use him. But my opinion was, look at Minnesota and the way they lost that series, man. They were too, I think, hooked on overutilizing Rudy Gobert or not using him in the correct way. You can't play guys like that. Like everybody else, minutes goes up in the playoffs, except for like your traditional big. Unless you got somebody like Wembanyama that you're building the team around, a guy that can score from all three levels that size. Like all of those guys' roles seem like it's reduced a little bit in the playoffs anyway. But you're getting him to do the heavy lifting during the season and to have a defined role during the playoffs to anchor your defense and to deter people, out of the paint. But his minutes shouldn't be 30 minutes a game or 28, whatever it is, normally during the season. You want to go smaller at a lot of times with more scoring during the playoffs.
They had the ability to do that. Chris Fish, just for whatever reason, he stuck on Rudy, man. But he had the players to do it, though. That's the thing, guys.
And Nas Reed was playing amazing.
He was. He should, that should have been a little too heavy on Rudy. But yeah, indeed, man. So let's kind of move further into it, man, as we kind of look for, because no doubt about it, Pelicans. This is they're looking for perhaps.
Yeah, I need you to look at all the guys that we worked up, Q, and we go over those guys.
So far, all I got is Zach Edey. In terms of
it's a list of like 8 or 9 guys, man. Tyler Smith, I think, was one of the guys we worked out. You can look up him. He's actually amazing. It's a little bit of a project.
Yeah, but he's kind of he's second round grade on him, don't they? Isn't the second round?
I'm gonna be honest, man, and I said this from the beginning when we started talking about this draft. When you really look at guys in this draft, I don't know where the hell nobody's going. Like, you really can't anticipate that, man, because everything after, like, maybe the top 5 players, it's a total crapshoot on how people view everybody. It goes down to view and fit. It's looking like a lot of guys in this draft might have, defined roles. They got some diamonds in the roughs, but you don't have like this sure thing from top to bottom, man. So if somebody values him, like this guy that plays center, bro, he shoots 39% from 3-point line, 39% from 3-point line. He's extremely athletic. He's 6'10". He's solid, shows some strength too. But he's he got some things he got to iron out. He ain't a perfect prospect, or you'd be talking about him at number 1, 2 or 3, right? But I think he's one of those guys, like, you don't know, man. I wouldn't be shocked if somebody took him before that. Somebody's a little higher on him. Dalton Holmes is another guy, and then they got a cat. Can't remember on this list. I was looking at him, man. I looked at the list and started viewing the players, but I'm not familiar with all of their names. Once we start showing their names, I can talk more about them. They got a guy in this draft, Q, that I'm tell you the truth, man. I wouldn't be shocked if we take him. And he ain't nobody I've heard of until I looked at him. But when I was watching him, you know what I saw, Q? I saw Herb Jones, but stronger.
That's
a stronger version of Herb Jones. He's 6'8", kind of plays power forward, but I could see him wanting to do the small ball thing at center would.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Especially for minutes. And I think his defensive acumen, I think he can he'd be able to do it. And his offensive game looks to be further along than Herb was in college. But that's a tall order saying the man is Herb Jones. But he does have a lot of similarities. After watching his tape, man, I gotta say I think he's probably the best defender in the draft. Saying all this, can't remember his name. I gotta find a list of the workout guys. I've been trying to look for it.
The list of the workout is on screen. Zach Edey.
That the Pels have worked out.
Tyler, it's what, 5 of the guys so far?
It's like 8 of them. 8 or 10. They work out all of these guys. Okay.
I got 1 of 5 of them. I'm gonna have to keep looking for the other one. But Zach Edey, Tyler Smith.
You say you got 1 of 5. This is a list of all the guys who worked out.
Jalen Tyson, Jonathan.
Jalen Tyson is another one too, man.
And Kevin
Cross. Check him out. Jalen Tyson. Yeah, Kevin Cross. I think pull up Kevin Cross. I think that's him. Jalen Tyson he's a very intriguing guy as well, man. This dude, he looked like he just know how to play ball. He was all over the place, man. Got a solid 3-point percentage. He keeps finding his way around the basket, man, getting easy buckets in the right places at the right times. Intelligent basketball player. They got this guy ranked 30. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go a lot higher in the teens. Honestly, like, if you put on this tape and you start looking at him, bro, he's like one of them dudes that's just look like a natural to me. And it don't matter where you put him on the court. He's gonna figure out a way to just be impactful. Constantly moving, constantly giving maximum effort. As you can see from his numbers, he was pretty efficient. Obviously, he's gonna have some holes in his game. You're talking about him as number 1, but it's almost like he's not Jose Alvarado, but you put him in that mold of that type of player, and in his own way, he doesn't play like Jose. That's not what I'm saying, but like a hustle guy that can just figure out a way to get stuff done and be impactful with whatever you need him to do on the basketball court. So he's another one I could see us taking, especially with us possibly trading Brandon Ingram. I gotta think we're gonna get another forward. Maybe a forward that can moonlight at center to replace possibly losing Larry Nance if we're trading him. And somebody off the bench to replace the Trey Murphy role. Not expecting him to be a sniper, but just a forward. Another wing. Like, we love the stockpile wing. So we're gonna get to see if that was a Trajan Langdon thing or if that's just a Pelicans thing, because we've always had a lot of wings. So it'd be kind of hard for me to not think that we could possibly just draft a wing and not draft a big man, or draft a wing that can kind of play some small ball center. That's kind of what it looks like to me. It's either they get a center that could maybe play a little forward, or they getting a forward that could play a little center.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I was looking at some footage of this guy right here, but while you talking, I'm pulling up like a little highlight on the side, looking at.
Now, what you like what you see?
Yeah, it's a lot of movement. You could tell he is he a ball player, man. He got a very confident shot when he go up, bro. It's a lot of confidence in his game.
No wasted motion, man. No hesitation with him. That's what I love about him.
He's a natural.
He doesn't hesitate at all, man.
Nah, he's a natural.
He picks what he's gonna do and do it. He don't sit fiddling around trying to figure it out. Nah, he boom, 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 going with my move.
Yeah, we got the profile streams and the profiles. Let me do this every year. We will get the family members ready for some of these players.
We're gonna do the draft show where we
got the draft stroll
really deep on all of them.
All those popping and going at the same time. So yeah, let's move on, man. Let's kind of move this thing ahead, man, and to the next thing. And let's talk about GC.
Talk about no more draft guys. That's it.
No, we'll flash back to it when we get through the rest of these news items. But shout out to Herb Jones, who gets his own day in the state of Louisiana. Herb Jones. There's a Herb Jones Day, not on Herb Day. How about that? You talk about hard work paying off. Herb Jones, man, got it from the government. From the governor giving him his own day. I don't think Zion got his own damn day, or BI got his own day.
I know, right?
His own day, but Herb has his own day, and this is what Herb had to say about it. Y'all put one in the chat, y'all.
What's up, Governor Landry? I appreciate you recognize today as not on Herb Day. So thankful for you guys and all the Pels fans that have given me the support since I've been here. And I'll continue to do my job and working hard, and playing the right way for this community and this city and this organization. Go Pels.
Shout out to Herb, man. Hard work pays off. Herb Jones got his own day, got his bread. Pelicans got a hell of a deal for this guy. And not only did Herb, who was all-world defender before, he made the all-defensive team, and bigger trophies and everything is coming for Herb Jones. And then the crazy part about it, he worked his ass off. And now, and like I said, Herb is not just a defender. He's a 3-and-D guy. He shoots 40% from downtown, 40+% from downtown, and he'll lock your ass up. Straight Jacket Jones. So shout out to Herb. He gets his own day. Not even DC got his own day on the island, but Herb got his own damn day in New Orleans. How you feel about that, DC? Start hating.
Man, I do have my own day, but you thank you. It's February 19th, bro. That's officially my day.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You kind of slighted me last year. We didn't observe.
You got your own day.
Celebrated correctly.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I thought you didn't have your own day in Jamaica. That's good, bro. Congratulations.
No, it's my own day everywhere. It's everywhere. This is universal.
We ain't talking about your birthday, bro. We ain't talking about that. See, you're muddy.
That's universal, bro.
You're muddy in the water.
The universe is aligned to bring forth me on February 19th. It's very special.
DC, everybody have their own birthday, man. We talking about the Gator man his own day. It's Herb Jones, not on Herb Day. He got his own day, not his own birthday, bro. Stop hating, brother.
I'm not hating.
So you muddied the waters by moving it from his day to your birthday. That's not what's going on here, brother. Everybody got their own.
I don't sing blues, Q. I don't sing blues at all. So it's not muddying any water. I'm not muddying any water. I don't sing blues.
No, I agree. You don't sing any blues. You're right. You just play the guitar for the reggae side of things. So much love.
No, I don't.
All right, so let's keep it going. DC always muddying them damn waters, man.
Yeah, I ain't muddying no water, man.
All right, 3 easy. DC,
we happen to live in the swamp, you forget, but not muddying the water at all.
You don't live in the swamp. You live on the island. All right, 3 early Pelicans NBA free agency targets in 2020. DC, please. And free agency targets in 2020.
What happened?
Easy. All right, 3 Pelicans NBA free agent targets in 2024 off season. All right, Pelicans coming.
Ryan Dunn, Q. I'm sorry, I just had to say it. Ryan Dunn was the brother I was talking about that got a little Herb Jones as to his game.
Oh, you looked him up?
He's actually a guard. Yeah.
His name is what?
Ryan Dunn.
DUNN?
Yeah.
All right, hold on here. Let me put him on.
Go ahead, man. How do you been listening? Just that'd be the next topic. We can talk about him. Hunter Silas was solid too. They got a guy from Memphis that we worked out, Naquan Tomlin. Jonathan Bugbo. Some people know about him, and Tyler Smith as well. So we can go over some of those guys. Oh, and Christian Cross, boy from Tulane. It was hard to find film on Christian Cross, man. He didn't have a lot on him.
Yeah, I had
6'6" scoring forward though.
Yeah, he was on the list. All right, so let's move along. This is the idea right here by Clutch with three targets for him. All right, and they saying Pelicans need, and this is just ideas to throw to you at you, Lex, and the family members. They thinking this is their idea. Pelicans need Isaiah Hartenstein if the price is right. I'm not really big on Isaiah Hartenstein. I'm really not. I know he's a hustle player. He got some stuff to him, but I'm not really big on him. But the guy says Valanciunas pending departure. Pelicans are going to need a starting center.
That's a horrible.
Yeah, that's the best free agent center available.
Not because he's a bad player. They talk about him making $80 to $100 million.
Forget that. Not for no Isaiah Hartenstein. Now the Pelicans already have quite a bit of cap space tied up with 3 players in Zion, BI, and McCollum. Barring an unforeseen trade that doesn't give them much room to work with, Hartenstein is likely to command a hefty price. Now, following Mitchell Robinson's injury issues throughout the season into the playoffs, Hartenstein filled in admirably as a starter. He's athletic, worked on his 3-point shooting with 33.3 from downtown, can be a double threat as well. The one issue is that would hamper the Pelicans' efforts, though, is the price. So Isaiah is likely in line for a big payday of his career so far. The Pelicans should still do their due diligence and inquire about him, but it might not be realistic. Second one, and this is a player that I've actually heard us talk about here on the PPR. Tyus Jones is the playmaker and ball handler the Pelicans need. One of the most glaring weaknesses last season was their lack of true point guard. McCollum has always been more point guard. The Pelicans' offense was hampered by not having a true point guard. He said that ad nauseum here, that they were operating the point guard by a committee approach that in the clutch moments of the game seems to break down. You need a table setter, somebody that brings some balance there. Tyus Jones has long been one of the most underrated and underappreciated point guards in the NBA in terms of free agency money. He likely wouldn't command much. The Pelicans definitely need to put feelers out for his services. Jones had a career year this past season, averaging 12 points and 7.3 assists. He shot almost 49% from the field and over 41% from downtown. Not bad. Pelicans do have player option backup point guard Jose Alvarado. While Alvarado's a high-energy player and tough defender, the need for a true playmaker at the one is too glaring for the Pelicans not to address this offseason. It might be time to move in another direction. Then, of course, the third thing, Pelicans need to re-sign do-it-all Najee Marshall. Of the Pelicans' key free agents, the top player they need to bring back is Najee Marshall. Marshall has become a knife type player. I would love for it to happen, bro, but it's not going to happen. For the Pelicans, he knows his role and plays it well, does a little bit of everything on the court. One of the top things he's worked on is his floor space, and Marshall shot a career almost 39% from three-point range last season, which that's a plus for Najee, man. We were so taken back by what Herb was doing in his maturation. Najee Marshall had a very good maturation of himself. He's going to get paid somewhere, just not us. He's also a strong defending player who can guard multiple positions, and perhaps most importantly, he's the Pelicans' enforcer. The only issue, though, could be salary. Undrafted in 2020 NBA draft, this could be Marshall's first chance as a long-term lucrative contract. That will probably be no shortage of suitors looking to add him to the roster. Suitors could conceivably offer him more than the Pelicans. In the end, Marshall could be willing to take a hometown discount on the team that gave him a chance in the NBA, or does he rightfully cash in on the bigger payday? I would say to the latter, that he would cash in. He's going to cash in, and it won't be with the Pels. We can't afford it.
I mean, why wouldn't he cash in? Why are they talking like he gonna give us a hometown discount? I never understood this talk with Najee. Like Najee's gonna give us a hometown discount. Man, we went in the first round of playoffs and got mopped up. Man, nobody ain't trying to come back to that team and take a discount, man. Like, you gotta be on the verge of really winning something to do that. Like, that's crazy. Najee gonna get that bag. I think somebody, like I said, will give him anything in the range of $7 to $10 million a year, maybe. You know, they gonna, whatever they give him, they're gonna give him more than we willing to get. So what is he coming back for? But awesome player. The knife, his versatility was amazing, man. Definitely will forever remember Najee as Pelican, man.
Yeah, indeed, and that's the thing that we think about, when we look at how, because fam, moving forward, man, the Pelicans, you're going to lose one of your key reserves. Like BI is going to be traded. Eventually, CJ McCollum's going to get traded, even though it won't be early on. More than likely, it's going to be later on because they got to reset the core. So we got to be able to put a team in place here that's going to compete right out the gate. We talking about Dallas. Dallas popped in there, man, in the Western Conference, in the NBA Finals. They're in the NBA Finals representing the West. That's out of our stuff. That's out of our division. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even see that. I had either Denver or Minnesota whoever coming out of that fight. That should have been the Western Finals, by the way. That should have been.
I didn't see him just outright making this a championship queue. But I remember talking trash about Dallas during the season, right? Yes. I talked about them. Oh, they're not gonna do nothing, man. It's a lot of offense and no defense. Man, I got quiet as a church mouse after the trade deadline queue. I already knew something was brewing. When I saw what Derek Lively was already doing, they went and got Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington, all for getting off of Grant Williams and some draft picks. I'm like, man, what the hell are we doing? We talked about it and how upset we were. That's all it took to get Gafford?
Yep.
Like, I mean, that would have been a perfect compliment to what we needed. You want to go all defense. You want to go switch everything. How the hell we do that and we don't have a goddamn rim protector?
No imagination.
Some type of rim protector where you could work them in. We don't have that at all. So once I saw Dallas do that and add the caveat of PJ Williams to what they already had a solid team.
Right.
I knew something. I knew something was cooking, but I didn't think for sure they were going to the West, the finals. I thought maybe the Western Conference finals. But they didn't win, man, and they gelled as a team. Luke was talking about how great Kyrie Irving's leadership is. A guy we could have traded for. I know, right, kid?
Ooh.
And he was cheap too, bro. It was like two first round draft picks.
I know, but DC, this is the thing.
It would have took nuts to do that, bro. You know,
we gave up
we
two.
don't have no nuts. I watched the interview from Bryson Graham too, Q, and
okay, that's fine.
I don't think he's gonna be quiet like you said. I think he's gonna talk a lot, you know, with his hand in a funny posture too. If you know what I'm saying.
No, I don't know what you're saying.
Zestiness, Q. I saw a lot of zestiness.
Oh. Don't talk like that about
I'm like, man, what is going on, man? Look, I'm gonna call it like that, bro. I'm behind him for whatever he can do basketball wise, man. But I wasn't prepared for that, bro. I think that's what I was about to see when I watched the interview. But anyway,
hey, bro, don't talk like
we need nuts though, man. We need somebody around gotta have some nuts, man. You know. Maybe I'm totally wrong about the brother, and if I am, I apologize. But I know what I saw.
Say, bro, listen, bro. That man might be popping up on this show soon, bro. We don't need no stuff that a zestiness going on. That we don't need all that, brother.
Hey, Q. I'm just saying. Bro, did you watch the interview?
No, I did not see the interview.
See, that's why, because you didn't watch it. Matter of fact, we got to play the interview before the show.
Okay, well, listen, man. All I want is a team that talks about winning and about being an NBA champion. I don't care about no good human beings and stability and what's the word? The UN term he always uses.
The culture.
Good human beings.
No, it's the what's it is? The
human beings, man.
No, it's something else he uses. The
culture.
No, it's
building an organic, sustainable culture.
Sustainable. There you go.
Yeah, sustainable culture. A family type environment.
Yeah. So, what are you trying to build? A theme park or a pro basketball team, man?
I thought all you had to do was win to build a family type environment. Last time
right. Because, bro,
that's it.
Man, listen, we have the talent comes through here, like the whole Willie Green thing. Like, why we not going after coaches that coach? We wouldn't have went for Coach Bud. That Phoenix had fired Frank Vogel, who did a better job than Willie did. Fired Frank Vogel, who has a championship ring, and then brings in a better coach and Coach Budenheimer. It's interesting. We could not afford to pay Coach Bud that kind of money, you know, because the Pelicans got Willie because of the fact that they still owe two previous head coaches money. They owed Gentry, they owed Stan Van Gundy money, so they needed somebody that was going to work cheap, which is fine.
Yeah.
At that time, we had Jamal Mosley, who came through and got an interview, and Mosley look where he's going with Orlando. Credit to Jamal Mosley. You know, and there was Gafon. He got fired, but this is why we couldn't do it, because we making a lot of stupid decisions.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes and covering those mistakes.
Right, and then we got to trade capital to clean up mistakes, bad contracts, or stuff like this.
That's something that Sam Presti, he didn't do that stuff. That's the difference between what the Thunder did and the T-Wolves. They didn't make mistakes. Like everything, for the most part, they basically hit. And that's really probably the biggest thing that's killing the Pels. It's too many mistakes. And then then you find yourself, you're covering up those mistakes or trying to retract or you know what I'm saying? Those mistakes you made. And in doing that, it puts you in a financial bind, which makes you, making cheap decisions. Right. And it's like, that's hurting the team. That's hurting the team. But that's been the biggest difference. I know, because I think a reporter asked, why is it that the Thunder, they're where they are, you know what I'm saying? And you are, and he basically Griff was saying, they were have a different situation than what we had. They had time to build. I'm like, dog, you had that same amount of time. You had that same amount of time.
They didn't have
that don't make no sense. Like,
they didn't have pressure. You got to remember the pressure part.
Hold on.
What are you saying?
Or let her
I was just going to tell her she got to remember the pressure part. They didn't have no pressure.
Go ahead, Lex.
Yeah, that too. But I mean, the thing is that you didn't have the same situation that the Thunder had was the same. Probably the injuries what was the biggest thing. But then what you do is instead of playing behind, like because you said this before, everything that the Pelicans have done has been delayed. They're like a season, 2 seasons behind. Like, you have to get aggressive. Like, you're not aggressive enough. You know, that's one thing that I can respect about the Lakers. They're aggressive on trying to get better. Now, yeah, they do make mistakes, but they are a powerhouse. They have all the money in the world to do that. But my thing is that even smaller teams, they're aggressive. They've been aggressive on making changes. Memphis has been one of them. They just had a year where they were just down. They had a down year. But for the most part, they've been competitive. They've gotten to the playoffs. Same thing with the T-Wolves. They've had to make a lot of changes. They didn't have to deal with injuries, but it's like they've been aggressive on making changes. It's like the Pelicans, like everything stops. Like after, like for instance, they wanted to collect the data on how this core would do and how the team would do this year instead of making changes, being proactive instead of reactive. And I get all that, but it's like, dude, I think it's fair to say that we saw enough of this team, enough of this core. Even with the amount of games that Brandon played and Zion played. I think it was clear, like, we know what this looks like, especially with Willie Green. Because we understood his philosophy. That dude didn't change anything. He got more wins because guys, the stars were more available. But that's the only reason. That's the only reason. It's not because like obviously coached your butt off or anything. But I mean, just this reactive thing and being delayed and not doing it, not being aggressive, that's killing us. And the fact that Grips made poor decisions, that again, we've heard people say like this organization has a impoverished mentality. And look what he's doing. He's going the cheap route, which is a huge concern because if everything is coming down specifically and the determining factor is, okay, we want to go with a cheaper trade, that's a problem. Because the thing is, we're not focused on the winning part. It's on, okay, how can we save money? And they've been having that mentality. That's a horrible mentality. That's killing the organization. Like, you have to take chances and take bigger risks because this team has not been doing that. They've been going the cheap route. And if you go the cheap route, you get cheap results.
Hey, I agree, Lex. And you saying that, and just been contemplating. It's for me, the Brandon Ingram trade is Darius Garland, Trae Young, or another point guard type playmaker that can come up out of the blue that's getting traded. Maybe Big Cat. Not sure how I really feel about that. If they're asking for him to be traded, but I wouldn't be mad if we got him. It's like those guys are nothing. DeJounte Murray, if we got him, I would be okay with it. Wouldn't be excited at all. Looking at it now, I was one of the first people to talk about us trading for DeJounte Murray before it was smoke about us even trading for DeJounte Murray. Remember that, Q?
Yes.
And that, for me, was having him with the idea of having Brandon Ingram as well, for me, replacing DeJounte Murray with CJ McCullough. Him and BI are partners. I thought they probably could figure out a way to play together. He can get BI some of those three-point shots and fix that problem everybody has with BI not shooting threes. As we forget, when Lonzo Ball was here, the dude was shooting like 6 threes a game. But nobody ever mentions that. He's going to go to another team, and what's BI going to do with point guard? He's going to shoot threes. But nonetheless, probably going to be out of here. I look at it now, man, and it's like, I don't think it would do anything. We'd be a little better, but that ain't the best way to maximize Zion, in my opinion. And when we sat up here and we talked about Trae Young, that would maximize Zion. Darius Garland, that would maximize Zion. Insert question mark point guard, that shoots great from the three and has extreme playmaking ability that will highlight Zion. Even Big Cat, you put him at center, you get your stretch five. They cannot load up in the paint. That will maximize Zion. Still have to find a point guard. And he's making probably more damn money than Zion. So I don't know how realistic that is. To have all that money in the front court. But to go and we try to patch something else here and patch something else there, man, I'm sick of seeing it. We've done that the whole David Griffin organization, with the exception of swinging for the biggest trade, which was CJ McCullough, which I think we have a very negative image of Mr. McCullough. You call him politician, some people call him terrorist. You know, you got the whole 9 yards with that. But I think him in the right situation with a point guard, as I've said many times, it would have looked different, you know. But if you bring in a Trae Young, like, I think you got to get rid of him at some point. I don't think they could play together for long stretches, although offensively it'd be dynamic. But the Pels cannot continue to make these thrift store ass moves, man. Like, we keep worrying about money, but we want to be a organic, sustainable, winning organization. They gotta look in the mirror, man, and look around. We in the West. Dallas is going to the finals, and guess how many games Dallas won, Big Q and Lex? Dallas won the same amount of games. Yeah, we won this year.
Yeah, you know what, DC? That's all.
But I got one other point to attach to that. But you know, our main guy got hurt, right? In the playoffs. Yeah. So everybody's like, oh, okay, well, if Zion got hurt, we could have did what Dallas didn't. No, we couldn't have. And this for the same reason that Zion got hurt. We don't have anybody else that can maximize him and get him easy buckets. Like, man, we've been saying this since Lonzo Ball left and Drew Holiday left.
Anybody else? You don't have.
You got to work hard to get everything.
Yeah, and that's a problem. Every shot and every.
You don't even have to always be gravity. Let's just drawing up plays, the right plays.
No,
putting them in the position to succeed and get somebody that get them the ball there, even if they don't have the gravity. It's a lot of different ways to do it.
Yeah, well, then that comes down to coaching too. We got a problem there. You know what I'm saying? It's like if it ain't point A, it's point B, and point B is a problem for point C. You know what I'm saying? Not for real. But look, look, there's a problem. Look, you notice when you look at other teams play, it seems like the flow and the shots that other teams get is just so much easier. The game is so much easier. The way that they play is so much easier. Man, it's a struggle. And we said this many a times. It's a struggle watching the Pelicans play. It's a struggle like, dog, why can't y'all make the right play? Why aren't y'all passing the ball? Why can't you all pass the ball in the post? That kills me. Why can't we throw lobs? You know what I'm saying? Like, just get easy buckets. And I understand, look, we don't want to always be dunking all the time. But you know what? Look at the Mavs. Man, they doing that stuff all day, every day. And it's working for them. Like, why do we
not amazing what a point guard does, huh?
But why do we not want a high percentage shot? The best shot on the court is a layup. And I think it's funny because a lot of people complain about that, but it's like that's the highest percentage shot on the court. You know what I'm saying? And then a lot of times the shots that we're taking either mid-range or behind the arc, you know, they're being contested. They're being contested. So it's like that just doesn't even make any sense. We should not be playing this game hard. It should be a whole lot easier than what it is.
Well, Willie Green wants 40 shots a night. He prefers 40 shots a night. 43 pointers a night, right? And the crazy part about it is most of those, nobody's underneath the basket to get the rebound for the stick back. That's I'm like, listen, if you want to take 40 3-point attempts per game, at least have a legitimate guy.
JV was under the basket.
He wasn't under the basket enough. Yeah, and DC, come on, man, because them guys.
He was under the basket for about 22 minutes.
It's like me and my pops got a nickname from CJ McCollum. We call him CJ McClick'em because he comes down, nothing set, and there's nobody set. Like guys are running to get in position, and CJ just throw the damn thing up. He'll miss it. The other team gets the rebound. Then they're in transition. They have to switch, automatically stop, and then run the other way. So I'm like, there was a lot of times we didn't see a lot of the continuity that we wanted to see with that offense that the Pelicans was running. So yeah, everybody.
I think Brandon Ingram was watching, which one Pops was watching.
Yes.
That's why he said that in the season. You know, things worked a lot better when we had an actual point guard.
Yes. Right. Because that's the thing, man. And this has been happening for the Pelicans for a while, but and I have to ask this question because people are asking me this question. Let me throw this out to you guys. Y'all answer to the chat too. We know that with Dyson Daniels, he was a first-round draft pick point guard. We have a couple of those family over the last recent years or so.
Dyson Daniels is damn small forward.
Well, listen. We had a couple of point guards the Pelicans took in the draft, DC. We had Kyra Lewis Jr. We had Dyson Daniels, who was taken in the mold of the Lonzo Ball thing, because remember, Lonzo was this guy. They like the big guy that can guard multiple positions for him, the 1-2, and then you can put him at 3 if you needed him. He was defensive inclined. They would work on his offensive game, but they had shades of Lonzo Ball. Not that the kid is Lonzo Ball, but you could see where they were drawing from with Dyson Daniels, because his defense was there. Dyson's defense was there. He had a good ability to assist as well, and his offensive game was behind. How much of this potential point guard situation could be Dyson, or is he merely a trade component? How serious is Dyson's future with the Pelicans? Let me ask you that. And to the chat, y'all answer in the chat. I'm gonna highlight your comments.
I think it's basically dependent on which direction we go of reshaping this roster right now. Dyson, to actually be a point guard, he needs to get something that I'm not sure we can give him right now. He needs to get playing time. He needs to get the PT to be able to figure that out, as well as being coached up to do that. I see a lot of natural instincts he has as a point guard. Dyson is never going to be a really flashy point guard, though. But I think he has all the tools to be able to set our offense up, to be able to get things done, be able to throw a few, alleys to Zion. He has a really nice floater game. You know what he does defensively. And he's an intelligent basketball player. Dice don't make a lot of mistakes. His biggest knock you have on him is just, his shot look trash at times and it don't go in. He's out there very unconfident, not really assertive or sure of himself. But outside of that, you look at him and you're like, well, he has the tools to get it done. He's obviously not stupid, but as a basketball player, but it's more of his heart his desire to be great. You really don't see those things. You just see an awesome point of attack defender. Like I told you, Dyson Q, you was like, oh, come on, DC, you tripping. Dyson is a better point of attack defender than Herb. And when I say that, I mean, when somebody got the ball and he's on him one-on-one off the dribble, Dyson's better at that than Herb. But, I mean, you can find some guys, like that. But as far as what Herb does as a defender, let me just break that all down. Herb is special as a defender. You can't find just another Herb like that. His off ball stuff, him kind of roaming and playing free safety, that's what makes him special. But Dyson clamp people up where Herb couldn't just off the dribble. So I think there's some potential there, but depending on what we do with this trade, I don't foresee it, because I think the Pels are going to go out and I think they're going to get a point. They always lack vision, but I think they're intelligent enough to know, which ain't saying a lot because it's real obvious to see, to know that they have to go and get a scoring point guard, a guy who can actually play make and is a threat. You can't just be okay or good, but an actual threat from beyond the arc. The only way dice works, Q, and hear me good, because I don't see how the hell it would happen, is if we started Jordan Hawkins. Whoever's at the 2 spot has to scare the hell out of people from the 3-point line. And that's what Trey Murphy also did. So where does that leave her? He gonna play center? Because that's the only way I can see it working, honestly.
Well, we know Trey's going to start for the Pels next year. We don't know exactly how the trade situation.
Do we know that really?
Yeah, Trey Murphy. Yes.
How do we know he's gonna start for sure, DQ?
Because he better start for sure. We coming down after them. I'm coming out.
What if CJ McCollum say he should start?
CJ McCollum is just a player. He don't have a damn thing to do with this. We need the bet. We need.
Are you saying we're only going to get a center after getting rid of Brandon Ingram and CJ's going to play the point?
Well, let me just say this. Trey Murphy will start because the Pels are going to trade BI, right? And depending on what they get for him, because they have a lot of options right now. They have some options that they can go over with different teams because there's a lot of interest in Brandon Ingram. And like I've been saying, a lot of insiders are saying the Pelicans are trying to get as much as they can for BI, maybe 2 starters if possible. So they might have a particular trade team that really favor him and are willing to give them what they need. So like I said, I don't know if Dyson, because I like Dyson Daniels. I think that Coach Fred working with Dyson Daniels gets him consistently hitting that shot. Then you have something special because Dyson's defense is already there. He sees the floor well. He assists. He just needs more minutes. And how do you give him the minutes when you got all this other stuff going on? You need a discipline. You have to have a coach that understands his team and what they can give and what they can do. But I think Dyson Daniels, working with Coach Fred, because Coach Fred, remember what he did for Lonzo Ball, how he got his shot together. Not only restructured his shot, but had him shooting the ball really good. He worked with Herb Jones, had Herb Jones doing his thing as well. So, I mean, it's a lot of plus for Dyson. But then again, you don't know exactly where Dyson is going to end up in terms of will he get traded or not, in this particular trade. So I don't know how it's all going to turn in the end, man. But we'll see, bro. We'll see, because a lot of these guys we drafting, not all these first round draft pick guys we picking up, they're developing to be starters in like full contributors for the team. Like when you bring Dyson is a good young player insofar as he has the size to guard multiple positions. He's a good defender right now. His defense is really solid. He's working on his 3-point game, and just like you seen Najee Marshall, who wasn't shooting that 3 like that, how he got his percentages up to almost 40%, how Herb turned into a 3-and-D working with Coach Fred and others. I can expect Dyson, who didn't have a palm tree Jackson Hayes type work mentality, this guy actually goes in there, he wants to work to get better. With those big guards like that and him shooting the 3-point, seeing the floor, playing defense, there should be a role for him. But then again, I don't know, because he might be included in a trade when BI goes out. I don't know how they're going to play this thing. But go ahead. I know you wanted to say something, DC. I know.
I had a question. I had a question for you.
Yeah.
You talk about Fred Vinson, shooting coach, which I think is awesome. And Bryson Graham actually talked about that in his interview. He said we have the ability, and he kind of tipped his hand. That's why a lot of guys I was talking about.
Did you watch that?
It wasn't that long, I don't think. I think I may have watched the whole interview. It's probably like a week ago. I watched it. Oh, when it first came out.
Old video or new video?
Huh?
New video from Bryson Graham?
It's the video since he's been in the gym. Since he actually moved up and got promoted. But you talked about Dice working out with Fred Vinson, And Brian Graham talked about us having the ability to be able to go out and get guys that not necessarily have the best shot, because we have Fred Vincent in the building and we can fix that shot. We have an advantage that other teams don't have. And to Dyson Daniels, I would say you can put him in the gym with Fred Vincent all you want, because actually I think this year his shot didn't look that bad. The little hit she had in it, and a lot of that was cleared up. The shot kind of looked fluid. But what Fred Vincent going to do for confidence? And I think confidence for him comes because he don't get on the court. The man will play good, then he have an off game, and then you might not see him for mop up duty. I mean, we was getting waxed. We was getting waxed in the playoffs. I don't think Dice played 1 minute, Q. I didn't understand that. Like, we would get tore up in the playoffs. Why not just throw the young guys out there to give them some experience? We clearly not gonna win this, bro.
But the thing is that's what I was saying. I said I laid out the stats. I mean the facts and the stats. Like, he played 61 games. Dyson played 61 games this past season and 59 the one before. So you're absolutely right, and that's the point about this. These guys.
How many games he played? 4 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna have to do some extensive research on that one, but like I'm saying, man, is that's why I mentioned Willie Green. Like, when we talk, it's all predicated on Willie Green. When we talked about Edey, with them looking at Edey and these other centers and these other players, you can't.
Some people on that list can't shoot, Q. Let me tell you.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is, you would think that how the process works out is that Willie Green is. Who do you like, Coach Willie? Well, we're gonna take a look at these guys, this guy, and because that's what it comes.
Give me all your best defenders, and I'm gonna pick my guy.
We're gonna give him all the Fred and let him work on the tree. Coach Darnell, and let him work But this is the thing, man. What I'm saying about Willie Green, that's what it comes down to. Willie Green has to do a better job of understanding this team. He has to be able to play these guys and not just sit them there and let them watch. They have to get out on the court and be able to contribute. Like what we seen with Jordan Hawkins last year, he was well on his way to being one of these young players that were, that really was going to do something special with his 3-point shooting. Willie killed all of that. He didn't play him. He said, "I'm gonna do this, that, and third." And we often talk about having shooters on the team.
No, hold up, Q. You can't speed ball past that. Willie called him Baby Ray Allen. I will never forget it. He actually made comparisons to him and Steph Curry.
You mentioned Steph and Clay too.
They continued to not play him for the rest of the year after that.
It's hard not to play.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make.
It's hard not to play him. I remember that, Lex. Yeah, it's hard not to play him, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It's just that's what I'm saying. When you have these assets, you have these players. Well, listen, these are not undrafted guys. These are, no disrespect, my undrafted guys, but these are first-round draft picks. You taking these guys, and obviously you see potential future starter in these guys. Well, Jordan Hawkins is shooting the lights out. You got to get him out there, and you got to play him. Willie is not very organized in these rotations, man. Willie Green does this stuff, and he kind of gets stuck. We seen it last year when Coach Borrego stepped in there and did his thing, helped him out. And you'll see some success, and then you'll see Willie go away from it blindly and going to do something that it's an adjustment for whatever reason that he is in his head. I don't get what he's doing, and sometimes it's like we talked about, everything is delayed, and you get what you pay for. No disrespect, Coach Willie, but you get what you pay for, man. If we have a guy that got some sense, and there's a bunch of these guys out here that are really good coaches that know what they're doing, but the Pelicans just seem to we want good human beings, and dumb David Griffin, the octopus, running around here talking all this stuff like I call the Pelicans a basketball cult. Who gets up there and talk about good human beings all the time and uses human beings a dozen times, or good human beings a dozen times in these rancid, putrid filled speeches about team stability, like we building a team full of droids or drones or whatever, or cyber, or robots. Nah, man, we need people who want to win. That's number one, that are consummate professionals, and we need the right player, and the right coach who understands the team that he has, how to adjust on the fly when he sees things going badly, how to adjust fast. And we need him to not be afraid to play these young players because they're not going to get it any other way. You've got to play them. We don't want Dyson. We don't want Jordan Hawkins. We don't want any of our young players to get the Kyra Lewis Jr. treatment, the KLJ treatment. Remember that? And then, of course, you got other guys that go somewhere and develop and they help their team out, like NAW and others. So we've seen this happen with the Pelicans, and I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. If we take in these players, and of course, we talk about small market teams and all this type of stuff and financial viability, you can't compete with the biggest. Well, if that's the case, look what San Antonio's doing, OKC doing. They do make mistakes, but it's not nearly the same amount of mistakes that the Pelicans make because the philosophy is weird. It's very weird with David Griffin. It's weird. He talked. I don't know if I've heard him say, "Listen, we want a chip. We want a national champ. We want a NBA championship here. We want a trophy. We want a trophy." That's what kind of talk. Because the Pelicans, look what the Mavericks done. The Mavericks just shot past everybody, and they sitting their asses up there in the NBA Finals, family. And we've surrendered first round, like the family member, like Lexa saying, DC saying about how the Pelicans would surrender draft picks to move bad players, but we can't surrender draft picks to get good ones. We gave up 2 picks to move Amir Asik off the team. We gave up 2 first rounders to get him out of here, to trade him up out of here, that bad contract. We can send out draft capital with garbage players, but we can't bring good ones in. And that's what I was saying about the Pelicans leadership for years, just not smart leadership. No disrespect. I think they got the right people in there. I think David Griffin is a snake oil salesman. I've been saying that. The guy is a snake oil salesman. I'm rebranding him as not David Griffin anymore. It's David Grifter. That's his name. That's his goddamn name. His name is David Grifter. And he grifting the hell out of Gail Benson. We won 49 games. Q, what you talking about? But that's not the fam. We about winning championships. You got to understand. You got a timeline that you're on now with Zion Williamson. We have a real. It's not a coincidence anymore when you have a history of stars that you've brought in, and these guys are going to go down as some of the best players that ever put on a uniform in NBA history. We're talking about people like CP3. We're talking about Antonio Davis. Each were draft picks of the New Orleans organization that ended up leaving here to go somewhere else to try to capture a crown. Now, AD got one. CP3, I don't think he got. I know he didn't get one.
Drew Holiday got one.
Drew Holiday is another dude. So
he's back at it, possibly getting another.
Got to get another one. So that's what I'm saying here. It's a top-down effect, man. It's like, if you're going to draft these players, man, make sure you get with the goddamn coach and figure out what kind of center this dude wants. Because you're not going to take Zach Edey, who's 7'4", a massive player like DC talked about. The guy averages 20 points a game, does a lot of fantastic stuff, and then sit him on the bench. And then when we're going to second half of the game comes out, we got Larry Nance out there running around. Listen, bro.
And he'll straight up do that too.
He'll do that. He don't care about bench. He benched Jordan Hawkins, and the Pelicans need a shooter.
I mean, Jordan Hawkins was up for he could have been on the all rookie team because he was third behind either Chet or Wemby. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
yeah, he was.
I mean, I man, that's horrible that opportunity was taken away from him. Like, he really could have really could have boosted his confidence because he was playing well every time he went out there. But when there's too much hiatus in your playing time, it's almost like that's almost a shot every single time at your confidence. And then once he started getting in there, it's like, what, 4-minute stretches, 2-minute stretches? It's like, first of all, he can't do anything in that time. And then second of all, it's like, dog, he's had such a break of not playing. It's like you just have him on the bench and then you throw him in there. All right, give me something. That's hard to do. That's just like when KLJ was here. You know what I'm saying? He hadn't been playing for months. And in the playing game, he brought him. He brought him
I
out
believe in
to
you.
play in the most important game. Like, dog, this now ain't the time for that. Dude ain't in no type of rhythm. That's crazy.
Nah,
You don't need rhythm to play defense, right?
that's what his philosophy. That's what it is. It's easy. He's very
Which
easy to go. That's how you get on the court. You got to play defense.
check this out with Jordan though. Like you made an interesting point of it not being tough on him.
With the exceptions of CJ.
3-pointer. Well, he got the money. You know, he getting 33 million.
Hey, you know what? Hey, I do want to say, whoever we go and get, because if the Pelicans get Trae Young, hey man, definitely CJ cannot be in the back. Can't be in the backcourt with him.
Absolutely not.
Why not? But wait, let me. I wanted to make a point about Hawk, right? Because we keep moving, man. We got to move in the groove. But you made an excellent point about Hawk, because imagine this. Just put yourself in his shoes. You're a rookie, right? Guys get injured. You come in, and when you come in and you play your minutes, right? You're being compared, and you got Wembanyama and Chet Holmgren. It's the only two rookies that are in front of you. You know how good those guys are, right?
Yep.
These are the only two people being talked about ahead of you, right? You came in, you had 30-point games, consistently put up 20-something point games, 18-something point games, right? You go on the stretch, you had a few little bad games here. You're a damn rookie. You're going to have some bad games, right?
He's a rookie. Right.
You do that. Your coach compares you to Ray Allen, talks about some of your ability of being like a Steph Curry, right? And then you don't play no more. What does that do to your confidence? I mean, what you said, Lex, is true, but it's almost understated. I would feel like I've done everything right to be able to get playing time after doing that. And then when my coach sits me and doesn't play me at all, I'm like, well, what the hell? What did I do? Like your confidence is completely shot because you're what did I do wrong? I don't understand.
DC, hold on, DC, you wrong. You are wrong. You wrong, sir. He did play him. He did play him.
on his birthday for 4 minutes?
4 minutes.
That man, you know what? That was like some kiddie stuff, man. That was like,
hey, I seen you been working good, fella. Let me give you some minutes, young fella. You've been really out there working.
I was like he that was a kid move. You do that to kids. You don't do that to no grown kid, man. That's all.
Man.
He might as well not have played him.
Check this out though. David Griffin came out at the end of the year. And what did he say? Which, I mean, you can't put a lot of stock in what he said. But he did say, we value Jordan Hawkins and what he can be.
Okay, who's we? Who's the we, though?
The sustainable organization that was built on
Is Willie Green incorporated in that we?
I think by him saying that, he is almost like, okay, he's forcing Willie's hand to play him more next year. Obviously, I don't think they're going to promote him as a starter.
He should have made it easy for himself and just got rid of Willie and got a better coach.
But David Griffin talked about potential moves making during the offseason, and he held Jordan Hawkins in high esteem. You know who he didn't say anything about? He didn't say shit about Dyson Daniels. You know what I'm saying? So, could Dyson also be leaving with the Brandon Ingram trade, and it maybe opens up a ton of minutes for Hawk off the bench? As well as the thing y'all was saying about CJ, we can get to that too. Why wouldn't he work at all with Trae Young? Because we've seen CJ play at the 2. In my opinion, I think a lot of the stuff we hate about CJ, when he goes to the 2 guard, goes away. Because he doesn't have the ball as much. When he gets the ball, it's kind of when you want him to be able to score, and it looks different.
Yeah, but
Obviously,
DC.
it's a
But it's
defensive
not that,
liability, but
DC. It's not
Yeah,
that. He's a defensive liability. If you remember in the Thunder series, they were hunting
oh, I
him.
remember.
Yeah,
I get
man.
all that. I
Yeah,
get all
so
that.
I mean, and obviously, if Trey is starting, depending on who's coming here, because obviously, the goal is to get a ball handler. I'm not trying to have 33 mil coming off the bench. No, you need to
Why
move the
not?
33
Chris
mil.
Paul made 30, 38 and came off the bench.
no.
Okay, what
That's,
team was he playing for?
The Golden State Warriors, baby.
Okay, and how long was he doing that? Like a few games?
No, he
Like,
did that pretty
no.
much the whole season almost.
No, he
Chris
didn't.
Paul was never really starting.
No, because they bench Clay Thompson.
Well, yeah, but they did.
Yeah, I mean,
But before they
they
bench
didn't,
Clay,
it wasn't for the whole season though. It wasn't for the whole season. It was for a small stint, but it wasn't for the whole season. I don't
I
know.
don't know. They look like they kind of went back and forth
Maybe
with
half
that
the
because
season.
DC.
yeah, it was pretty long.
We talked about off ball CJ. Off ball CJ is
All CJ is amazing. It's
he's
amazing.
amazing.
Yeah,
This element, but
And we don't
yeah.
run plays for him. Think if they only started running more plays for him and everything.
DC, but you saying that if Trey Young is the guy, there is no way. I mean, you can have those two guys playing in the backcourt. You're gonna have that. That would have to be
I think you could, but it would be more of a you can't
unless
do that
somebody,
all game, obviously.
unless
But
somebody.
I think you can.
I mean, no. Trey, and if Trey's the guy for BI, obviously, let's say it's straight up.
Have you seen how hot CJ could get, especially when he gets open
No,
looks? Can
I
you
agree.
imagine how wide open some of these
Yeah,
3-pointers would be for him with Trey
I,
Young and Zion on the court? The
it's still
offense would be so powerful, man. I think it's almost to a point where you definitely would have to do that in spurts or stretches or something. Like you can't not do that. Imagine a lineup of Trey, CJ, and Trey with Zion and whoever the hell else. I don't even care who
no,
else.
no, because it's the thing.
I'm not saying all year for to be starters, but I'm just saying that as a lineup.
Yeah, in spots. I mean, if CJ McCollum comes off the bench, a lot of people, even though CJ McCollum,
I treat CJ how what was that? Remember you had Oklahoma Thunder and they had Salafish or what was it? Boy, they Salafish or whatever his name was. James Harden was coming off the bench. You had Russ. You had this little
I don't want you
defensive dude. You
get
put him
caught
out there for 5 minutes. If he wasn't getting you nothing, all right, James Harden get the game.
I'm saying don't get caught up on that because CJ McCollum, even though you're saying CJ got to come off the bench, he's still going to be playing starter minutes. I mean, coming up off the bench, he's still playing heavy minutes. So whether or not starting or not, but really, if it's Trey, and this is a scenario that if it's Trey Young, then to me, you already got Herb there. So to be Trey and Herb back there, then you have Trey Murphy, who's at 3, with Zion at 4. Whoever the center is going to be, if it's a draft pick guy, or it could be possibly a player that the Pelicans catch and trade, because we know there was a situation where they wanted what's the guy named Oyekwa? I forgot the man. Okongwu. They wanted him to be the guy that they go after, but perhaps they don't relinquish him. Perhaps they say we'll give you Trey and Clint Capella, and I know y'all not excited about that.
My thing is this, man. With that, I want Trey, right?
Let me finish my thought, because I think in the Trey Young scenario, that's what the backcourt would look like. What it should look like would it be Trey and Herb, and then you go the rest of the way. But CJ, to me, would be a guy that comes off the bench, but still plays starter minutes. He still will be averaging heavy-handed minutes, and that will be a temporary fix until the Pelicans get further enough into the season, because they're going to want to play him to keep his stats cooking, so he can be a tradable asset. You'll have an expiring contract coming up, so he'll be more attractive in terms of the money of moving him, because that's a lot of bread, 33 and a third. So in the interim, DC, that would make a lot of sense, and then ultimately you end up trading them anyway to see if you can acquire another player to add to that core that you have with Trae Young and Zion, and then the third piece comes later. I'm sorry.
Now this is my problem with the whole thing. I've never been. I give y'all a lot of flack about the Trae Young thing on other show. I'm a pro Trae Young. I would love it, but I just don't see them giving up Trae Young just to take back CJ. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Let me tell you why. If you're Atlanta, Trae Young is wait.
To take
if you're
back
Atlanta, listen, huh?
You said
to take who?
You said CJ McCollum?
Ingram.
Ingram. You mean Ingram? Okay. I thought you said.
I can make more sense out of it with CJ than Ingram. Let me explain why. If you're Atlanta, right? Trae Young is a superstar, man. Trae Young gives you 25 and 10, right? Why would I move up for Trae Young? I'm already paying $50 million a year to take on Brandon Ingram, who I'm going to pay $50 million a year, who are not the same players. Trae Young is obviously the better player, right? More, I guess, defensive liabilities than Ingram. If they're getting rid of Trae Young, man, then people want to do a rebuild. Like, nah. So why would they want to get a guy that they got to pay $50 million a year? And then on top of that, we could get Clint Capella, I guess, if we can figure out a way to make the numbers work. But why would they give a Conway away, who's their young big man? And well, if they get Alex Sarr, then I guess maybe you keep Capella to do that, and then you're giving away a Conway, right? Okay, so I can meet all that because Capella is expiring. Well, I'm not finished though. Right? So Capella is an expiring. But why would they take back BI for $50 million if they're trying to rebuild? They're going to want one of our younger guys to kickstart the rebuild that they have potential. Whether that's Jordan Hawkins, whether that's Trey Murphy, or whether that's Herb Jones. I don't see a deal for Trey getting done without one of them, unless for some reason they're just extremely high on Dyson Daniels, which I don't know if I see that. The deal for them for getting Trae Young would be to free up all that cap space that he got for them to kickstart a rebuild and for us to give him some picks. They don't want a guy back that may play some meaningful minutes and actually win some games for him. I don't see them, if they're getting rid of Trae Young, is trying to do that. They're probably trying to rebuild. And I think if they got rid of Trae Young, they're actually probably going to get rid of DeJounte Murray too. And then you look at that aspect of it. Do they see DeJounte Murray and Ingram's games playing together? I'm just not sure that's what Atlanta wants to do. I think if they could, they would definitely want to do the DeJounte Murray trade with us and try to keep the trade thing going and pair him with Brandon Ingram. I think they would be more inclined to do that than to do the opposite without getting a really good young guy that could potentially turn into something and kickstart their rebuild. Now, if we can go and get it like that, man, that'd be amazing, Q. But to me, it's like, what are they getting out of the deal? If they're taking a hit talent-wise, then they would definitely want to recoup all of their money to start their rebuild, to build up their team, probably have another bad year so they can get an excellent draft pick next year in a much better draft to kickstart their actual rebuild. And everybody's talking about sending Trae Young to the Spurs or sending DeJounte Murray back. Only one problem with that. If the GM does that, he's going to get fired. Because the trade they made to get DeJounte Murray, all of that is an epic failure. And that GM gets fired if he makes those moves. So I don't see him doing that either.
Well, let me add this to it, DC, because I've been looking into the Atlanta thing because I want to know what's going on with these organizations and what's the mind frame, the master plan, as much as we can find out of what they're trying to accomplish. Now, in terms of what I discovered about Atlanta, is that Atlanta's not looking to trade both. They're trying to trade one or the other. Now, they're both on the trade block, but they're trying to use whoever they get the better chip for, the other guy stays, is what I'm getting. So if they trade Trae for an asset like Brandon Ingram, who would fit well next to DeJounte Murray, or vice versa, depending on what they're doing. Because the Pels are not the only team in there, even though they covet BI, they want Brandon Ingram. But it depends on what package interest.
What did you hear that you heard Atlanta covets BI with DeJounte Murray? Because I heard with Trae Young.
No, not with DeJounte. What I'm saying is there's a high interest from Atlanta in BI is what I'm saying. There's a very high interest from what Atlanta looking at. And listen,
I believe that, but to keep him with Trae Young, I don't see them wanting to swap him too.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that it's either one of those players they're going to trade. Now, if they trade, they keep Murray. If they trade Murray, the thought process is they're going to keep, you see what I'm saying? They're going to try to use one of those players to get an asset, a major asset to help with the team. And then they'll take the first round draft pick and put that together. Remember, they got a really good head coach out there. So, I mean, they're trying to just kind of, I don't know if you called it it's not a rebuild as a term, as opposed to like, it's a reset. They're not trying.
How do you lose the superstar Q and not rebuild?
Well, I'm saying
I've never seen that.
Well, I mean, Trae Young and they screwed up because remember they had Luka.
If you lose a superstar, it's a rebuild, man. Like you can't go a tier down in player talent and think that
I hear
you're gonna go further.
I hear you, but their mentality is for what I'm getting, and this is what I'm.
I hope y'all right.
That is, they're not trading both, even though both are on the block. It's either if whoever they gets the best deal for. If they trade Trae, because it looks like Trae's out there. If they can move Trae and get a really good asset to him, they can kind of reset the team with the, and they really like BI to be in.
Now, what I don't hear them saying they really like BI for Trae.
No. I didn't say
hear that.
I didn't say BI for Trae.
But I can see this, and the same thing with Cleveland too. This will go Cleveland. Especially for Cleveland, I could see a world where they would do it for CJ, but it'd probably be more picks.
Now,
because you can actually take CJ, and I think he's a better fit with DeJounte Murray than BI would be, as well as the next year coming up, his salary is expiring. And then when I look at a guy like the Jalen kid they got over there, I don't know. How does that mesh with BI? Their game, I wouldn't say is similar.
No,
but he really likes to attack the paint.
Yeah, but he plays anyway though. Don't Jalen Johnson plays?
He played at the full. He played at the full, and he got some stretch potential. He shot 40% from three.
So that works.
He liked to attack the paint though. And then you got another center. Would they start Sarr?
That first overall pick, if it's the center, Sarr is going to start. Yeah, first overall, you damn right.
So if they start Sarr, then the hell with all that veteran leadership, and they got to move Clint Capella at 20-something million.
Right.
Capella gonna come off the bench for 20-something million?
No, they could.
So we got to take on Trae Young and Clint Capella, right?
Right.
If that's just moving BI,
no.
And extending Trey Murphy. That's a lot of money, bro. That's like $70 million.
Well, that's why
maybe 60 and a half.
That's why the Pelicans don't want Clint Capella. They want Okongwu.
So we gonna repackage Clint Capella and send him somewhere.
I mean,
what if those people don't want to give you Okongwu? Like we can't have a trade where we get everything that we want and don't give up everything we want to give up. We got to give up something we don't want to give up.
They like BI a lot. There's a lot of teams that like BI. Atlanta likes BI. They might be extra motivated. Right, but Cleveland right now is coming out saying that they're going to try to make Philly don't have nothing you want. They're not giving up Tyrese Maxey.
I'm just saying teams that like him.
Yeah, they got a lot of people that like him.
They say he's their plan B. I said, what the fuck?
What? He must be drinking some green water or something that they got out the lake somewhere, some mildew water.
He their plan B. Like we just waiting around to be out of them.
People don't have
y'all
nothing.
Better make us some type of Godfather offer if y'all got a shot.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It's like either some of there's other trades this stuff will be presented, but you can only go off of basically what's out there right now, and does it make sense, for both teams? Because we know that if you look at what New Orleans is doing, they're going to attempt to try to get two for the price of one. Like they're going to try to get two starters if they can, a starting center there and a complement player to what we got going on with Zion. So I could see them trying to do that. A lot of people like the Trae Young scenario because he's a superstar. Putting him next to Zion, he has his own gravity, which Zion got his ultimate gravity. And you can imagine if you got a Trae Young at the point guard position, him shooting the ball, he's one of the best shooters in the game. You can only imagine what that looks like. And you still got Herb and Trae, who are also pretty good shooters as well. So you form an ultimate group of 3-point shooters. That's special looking, but it's a price tag for that. But the smarter move to me would be, and I'm not thinking about the Cleveland thing right now, would be the DeJounte Murray move. That makes a lot more sense because he's cheaper. I like DeJounte Murray. I like
and we would do exactly the same thing we've been doing.
No, we ain't gonna be doing the same thing. How you doing the same?
We would.
When Murray played, he could play the point guard. He excelled at a point guard position. What you talking about? You talking about CJ McCollum? Oh,
Murray excels at the point guard position. Yes, he does.
Yes,
but he's not. He's not like when you compare him with the ability to get a Darius Garland, Trae Young, bro. It's not the same. Bro, and the reason I'm saying that is because I'm saying that is because who we have as the catalyst for our team, who will be our number one player in Zion. I don't think he's the best fit for Zion. No, DeJounte Murray isn't the best fit for Zion. He doesn't maximize what Zion does and what Zion would need. He don't. He can shoot from the three, right? But he's more of he can't shoot from the three like them dudes, bro. He's not like that from the three like them dudes. He shot pretty well last year at 38%. But you watch him his whole career. We've seen him in San Antonio. Wouldn't be mad if we got him. We can do something, but we're still in that same level. It doesn't elevate us to compete with all of these other teams in the West, especially once we get to the playoffs. Bro, I mean, DeJounte Murray had a 44-point game, Q, but it took him 44 shots. Like, I like his dog. I like his mentality. I like his defense. I like his ability to facilitate. But I want a goddamn three-point assassin to pair with Zion, somebody that can generate some type of ability to scare the shit out of the other defense. That's what I want to pair with Zion. That is the best matchup. That is what takes us into the future. That is what helps us compete with these other teams. It's going to be offense. I don't give a shit about defense pairing with him because I'm looking at what the Mavericks did. You looked at how the Timberwolves failed. You look at a team like Boston. You know, man, you got to get it from the perimeter, man. We need a star at the perimeter. We don't have one. Trey Murphy could potentially be that and maybe a star. We need somebody there that can threaten the team with that three-point shot and has excellent playmaking ability, bro. That's what I want. Trae Young is the best live threat in the league. Darius Garland, not so much, but he's a better playmaker, in my opinion, than DeJounte Murray. Way better. It's a whole nother stratosphere, even with just Darius Garland.
No, I agree with that.
DeJounte Murray slows us down. He likes to take some of the same shots that we complain about with BI, even though he does shoot more threes.
Hold on, before you go too far, let me stop you right there. Let me comment on what you just said because you said a lot. And then you can pick up the floor. All I'm saying is I don't disagree with the Trae thing. I think the Trae Young thing is probably what the Pelicans are considering because they're going to have they have some difficulty attracting. The only way they could acquire a player like a Trae Young is via trade. If BI is the ticket that gets him here, David Griffin is going to look at that very hard because he wants to make a splash. He wants to make a splash trade that will excite the family base. And getting Trae Young here and pairing him with Zion Williamson, that's a very exciting move because he is a superstar. He does make what, $10 million more a year than Zion makes. He makes like $43 million a year. And he's one of the best shooters in the NBA. And it's not just a shooter. The guy assists the ball really well. He averages, he was double digits in the assists. So you make a good point on that. But what I was talking about, the DeJounte Murray, is on the economical side, he's a guy that averages 22 points a game last year. He's a guy that can play defense. He can shoot the threes, not nearly. No, it's different levels in terms of his three-point shooter. I'll give you that. But it's not like the Pelicans are void of three-point shooters. We don't have to three it all out. We have three-point shooters. We got a true three.
As long as I see people building walls to stop Zion and him getting hacked every goddamn play and three people on him, we need more shooters. We need polarity at the three-point line, bro. That's the only thing that's going to open up the floor for Zion to be the way we want him to be without him constantly.
You got three-point shooters. You got three-point shooters. You got three-point shooters. You got Herb.
I want somebody in the lineup that I ain't got to worry about Willie doing the goddamn rotations.
All I'm saying, man,
that can solve that problem. That Willie got to play. You got big money guy. That Willie got to play.
You got three-point shooters. You got Herb. You got Trey. You got DeJounte Murray's not a bad three. He's not. No, there's very few that's actually Trey Young. I give you that. They can light it up like him.
I'm talking about somebody like that. You see how Bi is a master of that little mid range, and he just going. I want somebody like that from 3-point line. We got potentially one in Trey, like you said, and Jordan could be one also. I think he's really special as a movement shooter, but we don't call offensive plays for the man to move much because he ain't in the game. I want somebody like that that's lethal from 3-point line. If you got a force like Zion, man, I just see it as we need to have a way to completely open the floor up for him. The more I look at this Thunder series and I saw what they did to us, that's why I'm just beating the drum on this point, bro. They did it in an inverted way. They had Chet out there that you gotta respect. They had Josh Giddey, who would be, I guess, our version of Herb Jones, knocking down the shot. You had Williams actually hitting it. And Shea can hit the three, but he was actually just allowed to operate where he wants to operate, all in the mid-range and get to the rack while everybody else kept it open for him, bro. If you got a Zion, you need somebody that will not allow you to just wall off, being zoned to where the dude got to fight through all that traffic to get what he wants to on the court. It's either that or we go year round with DeJounte Murray and you better pray to God Zion start shooting 3 points, because it's going to be a similar thing we're going to deal with when we deal with all of these the good teams. Now, we'll run through the league. I ain't going to hold you, bro. We get DeJounte Murray, I think we will win more games than we did last year in the regular season. But when we get in the playoffs, it's going to be the same shit, Q. And Zion probably going to get hurt again, trying to carry us. Because ain't nobody take the pressure off of him, or nobody can utilize his gravity properly. Because to utilize the gravity that Zion creates, you need a 3-point assassin. You need somebody behind that 3-point line. When they keep trying to wall him off and stop him from getting to the hole, they can light their ass up from 3. The most exciting games that we had and the best we've looked is when the Pelicans was playing CJ. They had Trey out there a lot, and you saw Hawk getting in the games, and it was bombing from the 3-point line with Zion out there. Man. Team ain't know what to do. We need to make that an every night goddamn thing.
Yeah, I see. And let me comment on that. Let me give a few shout outs. Shout out to the fam listening, man. Y'all hit the like button, man. As we're talking Pels today, man. Shout out to the fam, man. PPR representing. Shout out to the Twitter family, the Twitch family, Facebook and Instagram. Shout out to you. Good to see y'all. T-Mom, I see you, baby. What's popping? B Frank, Blazel Boys. Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate y'all as well. And listen, man, shout out to the fam that's tuning in, man. A lot of them checking out the comments, y'all. A lot of great things we're saying. But I think it'll be between these guys. Now, this is the thing about the versatility of your team. I understand the insatiable need to want 3-point shooting everywhere. But at the same time, We are if you have a Murray, he's a economically it works for you. He's a versatile player, 22.5 points per contest. He had 46% shooter from the field, 36 from downtown. But and his numbers went up. Like these number averages that he had this year with Atlanta was like career highs. A lot of the stuff that he was doing was career highs or close to the career highs that he had previously. So he had a stellar year. The reason why I like DeJounte Murray is not just economics. It's the fact that I think that he would fit with a Zion Williamson, in the Trey Murphy and a Herb Jones. The kid can play defense. He can guard multiple positions, which buys into the switch off philosophy, and you don't compromise the defense. Now, I understand Trey, and this is the thing that probably will, depending on who gives the best package for Trey Young, but that's probably the deciding factor because of the star power. The Pelicans have become much see television if Zion and Trey Murphy are paired. No doubt about it. That shoots well. That is a major component to this. And like, well, DeJounte Murray doesn't move the needle in terms of excitement. In terms of
not just that. What better point guard is there for Zion? Q?
Yeah, but I got that. But what I'm saying, lob factor, I got you on that, DC, because he would definitely find Zion with the lobs. It'll be lob city.
8 easy points every game.
Right, I give you that. But what I'm saying about Murray, when I'm making the case for Murray, like you made the case for Trey, I'm making the case for Murray. Just to have contrast here. He like I said, he's a guy, you don't surrender the defense because there is a defensive liability issue with Trey Young. You had all that explosive offense, the lobs and all that, but he does give up things on the other side, but it's like a give and get. It's a sacrifice there. But DeJounte Murray, 22 points a game.
DeJounte Murray was getting his ass whacked on defense too.
But still in all, DeJounte Murray, man, is a solid defensive player. He might have had a few off games here or there, but he's still a solid defensive player. He's a good player. He scores, and he also can play some good defense. And he also buys into he can be put into the switch all mentality that Willie Green loves so much. So he does fit in that regard. Plus, you could be able to maybe get another
switch all.
It's the switch all, brother. Willie loves his switch all mentality.
Hey, another team, you want to get to a mismatch? Go right ahead. We're not going to stop you. We're going to just switch it and help you get the mismatch you want.
I've said that for some time now about the switch all philosophy that Willie Green likes to use. It's very full. It's stuff. You can't switch all the time. You can't do that because if you switch in everything, you're going to switch into mismatches that benefit your opponent. So you can't switch that crap all the time. You can't pull that on everybody. You got to have an alternative philosophy.
Just don't have the right players, BQ.
You got to have the right. You got to have the right. You got to have an alternative philosophy when you meet a team that's really good at switch all that you can't do a damn thing with. And that's what I'm talking about. Willie Green, IQ wise, has to improve because that's some of the stuff that he's missing on. He should have gained that ground from James Borrego. And probably James Borrego he's mentioned as a potential assistant coach for JJ Redick, who the insider said was named, below the scenes is really the guy that they're going to want to have the job. He's already assembling his staff according to reports. And Borrego is, yes. Yeah, Borrego.
Wait. Borrego is going with who?
Borrego could be a potential coach on JJ Redick's staff.
Bro, all right, let me ask you this: why would Borrego's leave
money? Money.
Yeah, the Lakers are offering a lot of money.
Money.
Way more than the Pelicans.
He gonna go sit behind a coach that he know he better than again?
Yes, because the guy gonna get if he gets fired, he gets the job. Well, you don't know. You ain't been paying attention to Elvin Gentry.
When have the Lakers ever fired somebody and promoted a coach from within their organization without going to sign? They always sign another coach. They don't promote from within for a head coaching job. If that was the case, they would have promoted Jason Kidd that they had sitting right there.
No, and
a bunch of other people that they had Mike Brown over there. They could have promoted him. They went with Darvin Ham.
Hold up, you're forgetting what the situation that happened with Kidd. They had the dirty laundry aired of his marriage situation around that time that muddied the waters on a potential thing with him getting
Dallas
that.
ain't give a shit about that, Q. And look
Well,
what it is.
no, but that's later on. That had died down.
We spoke on that and we said we would still want him. And look what it is.
But the thing is, DC, like I'm saying, I'm just filling in the history part of it. So so I'm going back to that. Like we talk about Borrego, and it's also the Cleveland thing. Cleveland's looking for a coach, and James Borrego is one of the guys that's mentioned there. And a lot of people think that he would be a good coach to have in Cleveland. But this is all stuff. This is all stuff that's going on, and they're all working it out right now. Now the question is, who do the Pelicans get to replace James Borrego? If anybody, who do the Pelicans get?
It don't even matter because Willie ain't gonna use him. He didn't use Borrego.
God damn, Lex.
What? I'm just saying, like, the thing is, you
He
have
did
to
use
use
Borrego. Them games when Willie was hurt, we never looked better on offense.
Willie was only out one game, DC. That was one game. He had C19. He missed one game.
It was. I think it was 2, Q.
No, it was
actually 2.
No, it was just one, and it was
one
against Dallas.
It was one
game.
Yes. Yeah, tell him, Lex.
That one game counted for 3 games in my book. It was
that game counted for the whole season because prior to that game, they were looking trash on offense because the shows we were doing, the shows, y'all remember the shows that we were doing? We were saying, where is this vaunted offense that they were talking about they had installed? Where is that?
They look like nobody saw it. Nobody saw it.
Then Borrego,
when James coached that one game against Dallas,
the
first game against Dallas, the team was horrible, and then the second game against Dallas with Borrego, it's like it was a totally different team.
Yep,
totally different team.
Yep.
I mean, they played like it's like wow, you see the Borrego offense, but when Willie came back, obviously, James, he was able to get them started, get them playing well. But then after a while, when Willie came back, they went back to playing, we know Willie coaching them now. That's how they were playing. Like it's a huge difference. And I think with Borrego, he's able, if it's his offense, because that probably irritated Willie too, the fact that they called it the Borrego offense. But the thing is, if it's your offense and you're acting as head coach, it's easy for you to get guys in the places that they need to be at compared to someone who's secondhand trying to tell you, okay, you need to go here, here, and here. Because obviously Willie wasn't going to have it where James is out front telling the guys where to be at and where they need to go. I think that's a huge difference. I mean, if it's his offense, then who better to lead that offense, as head coach than Borrego? And it's his offense that you're running.
I know. Yeah, that one game changed how everything looked for the Pelicans for the rest of the year because they were really struggling offensively and they looked the same like they did before. After that game, everything changed. The floor of the game, how they were playing, it was all different. After that. And then it caught on and it kept going. But like I said, it's one of those things where he would have to find another assistant coach to come in there and help him out on the system. But I don't know. Like I said, it's all this is dependent upon how Willie Green utilizes these players. It's up to Willie Green. I mean, he has to do a better job. He has to improve as a head coach. He has to, if the team is going to take the next step, because he's going to have to, man. Look at some of the coaches who teams are where they are. You got Dallas coach. We know that. I mean, you know who Jason Kidd is. Mike Mazzulla took over for them. That guy just picked up the mentality. He was basically a unknown, and he just benefited from when what's his name from Houston got caught up in the cheating scandal when he was messing around with Ime Udoka. He got caught messing around with one of the owners' wives or something, whatever the crap that was going on. Craziness. They got him up out of there. Mazzulla took over the team, never turned around. So, I mean, you need a coach, even if it's a guy that you might not know. You got to have somebody with a high basketball IQ that understand how things work, who understands the very least his roster, his players, and have confidence enough to play the guys. That's not stubborn, who, that's what we've seen from Willie. And maybe that's a part of the learning curve. But for the Pelicans, we start talking about championships, fam. I want a championship, man. I'm not content with just making the playoffs, man, and then you get burned out of here 4-0. I mean, New Orleans, we want a championship. We have Zion Williamson, one of the most polarizing players in the game. We got a physical therapist that actually got him through almost a full season. And that was the first time I told somebody that they thought I was kidding. We ain't have a physical therapist before? Like, nope. He's like, with athletes, shouldn't you have a physical therapist on staff? And I said, you would think that, wouldn't you? Is they know what the Pelicans need to do? They need to hire another one. Hire 2 of them. If we did that well with injuries, hire another goddamn physical therapist. It's just astounding. It's amazing. Where are the minds here? Where are the minds? And we got to carry forward. But I want a championship here. And, and we'll see what it takes, man. But Willie Green is the key to all this. And I know Lex don't like that, but Willie Green is the key to the Pelicans' future fortune in terms of them getting to where we see Dallas at. Dallas is in the finals. Fam. Dallas, that's from our side, our division. They're going to bring the crown home to the Southwest Division. Watch.
And Big Q, that's just not me. I think that's everybody. Everybody knows that dude can't coach. That ain't just a me thing. I mean, the thing is, he got to step it up and stop being stubborn. Just like, Wu said, like he's stubborn in his ways, and he's willing to go with a plan or a situation or whatever he's trying to do. He's trying to go with that to the death, whether it works or not. And that's what the problem is. It's like, dude, if it's not working, change it. It's okay to change it. Like, he has a huge problem with that. The saying, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, like, things get broken with you. Like, you have to be okay with changing things if it doesn't work. That's why I keep saying he has a checkers mentality and not a chess mentality. There's a huge difference. You got to make the adjustments when necessary and not keep going to something that doesn't continue to work.
Yeah, I man, let me tell you, it's really on him, fam. That's what it comes down to. Figure out how far this team go. 49 wins and out in the playoffs. A distasteful, disrespectful 4-0 thrashing of the league. Man, that can't happen. So now here we go. We are resetting the team again, resetting the core. Brandon Ingram gets traded, depending on what he gets. I know what you're saying, DC. But Cleveland, let's address the Cleveland thing right quick. The Cleveland Cavaliers.
What are we addressing about Cleveland?
Well, we're going to address this right now, that Cleveland, the situation with them are saying that they're trying to keep the core together. So even if they decide.
Sound like you undressing it.
No. Listen, let's just talk about it a little bit, because this was something I was reading up on yesterday, that Cleveland is they're trying to work to keep the core together. That's Jared Allen and also Darius Garland. Although some people believe that if that is indeed the case, Darius Garland's going to force his way out of there. But they're attempting to keep them together, and they're trying to. I guess the philosophy is they're going to try to bring in a coach. And I know Kenny Atkinson. That's another dude that was out there. He's talking.
A pretty good coach.
That's a good coach, man.
I liked his rotations and things he did with the Nets. That was a really versatile, deep team, and he kind of managed a lot of their minutes and the way he played guys. I thought probably as well as you could, because they played in the playoffs against some heavy hitters. Obviously, they didn't go too far, but I mean, this was a team that their best player or their star was D'Angelo Russell. And just the fact that they were there and putting up a good fight, man, I thought that was a testament of them being a pretty adequate coach. But he's been trying to get a head coaching job, man. It seems it's been like 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah, he's been sitting on the Golden State bench.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He came
maybe he passed up some jobs. It might have been jobs that he didn't want, I'm guessing, maybe.
Right.
That he didn't want to take. Because I think he probably is definitely a better coach than Willie Green. I remember us advocating for him before Willie Green was hired. You know, there's a few guys who were advocating for, like Charles Lee as well, who with the Bucks. So I thank God he got a job with Charlotte now. So we see how that turns out. Like you said, Mark Jackson. I think Doc Rivers was available at the time. That might have been before he went with Philly, right?
They tried Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers turned him down for
There was a money, I think you said.
Yeah, he went to Philly. Because I remember they tried to get him. If I'm not mistaken, I think he went to Philly because they approached Doc Rivers. He turned him down and went to Philly.
I think that would have worked good. Yeah, man. Doc Rivers seemed like a guy that Zion probably would have took to well. And he probably would have had enough feistiness to deal with Brandon Ingram too. I think that would have worked pretty good. Definitely better than what we wound up getting. But I don't buy it for Cleveland. The reason I don't buy it, Darius Garland already said he wanted out, right? Jared Allen, they've already determined that him and Mobley not gonna work. Everything right now we're hearing, man, it's the beginning of the summer. We go through this every year. A lot of the stuff we hear is complete and utter total bullshit.
Smoke screen.
This is their attempt. Yeah, this is their attempt to drive up
the price,
their packages, whatever their people are calling and inquiring about trying to get these guys. I don't think maybe they feel like they can get more. So here come the PR department and the media department drumming up these dumbass stories that don't make sense to try to drive up the price and to get you to believe that they're delusional. You know what I'm saying? So you can try to, well, let me give them a little more to just prime them away. But I don't think we're going to hear any real true truth from teams on where they stand, what they're trying to do, who they're really going to get rid of, and what that really means until we look at the draft. The draft is going to tip the hands of a lot of these moves because once you see the type of personnel that they bring in, I mean, it don't matter what they're saying. You know, okay, let's say Cleveland does want to get rid of Jared Allen, right? You don't think they're going to draft a center, even if they draft one in the second round? Like, they're going to draft a center if they're going to get rid of him. So certain things that teams do during the draft is going to tip their hand on whether they are really this damn crazy, what they're saying, or if they just, we're trying to drive up the price. It might be a trade they're trying to execute on draft night, putting the story out, Because it just don't make sense to me, man. They've been trying to trade Jared Allen for teams like almost 2.5, 3 years. Now all of a sudden you want to keep the whole core together? That shit don't make sense. Darius Garland, PR team Clutch Sports already came out and said that if Donovan Mitchell stays, he's gone.
Right.
Right. So it's like they've already deleted Cleveland's leverage in moving him, which is why a lot of teams don't like dealing with Clutch Sports, and it has me curious about the DeJounte Murray trade as well because he's a Clutch Sports client. Trae Young is not. He's the same one with Zion.
They don't BS trade, DC. Come on, but I'm saying that
on what?
But they don't BS on every trade. I mean, they have certain situations that I've seen them. If players felt like they wanted out to a more lucrative situation, I've seen them do that. They get aggressive. But in terms of players,
I mean, they for the players, but as an organization, you don't like them. They're more difficult to deal with, obviously, because of those reasons.
Right, but you do change. Players do change their minds at times. They just say, you know what, you're right.
Yeah.
Do this, and there is some give and get right there.
I don't see it working though. It's an undersized backcourt. You can't have, in my opinion, you got dudes like that. You can't have two that are undersized. You've seen some reiterations of that work, but like for the long haul, short term, yeah, you can do it. Like that's why I'm a proponent of the CJ McCollum, Trae Young thing in spurts. I'm not saying he got to be a starter. I love for him to go to the bench, but I'm a realist at this point. I'm tired of wishing and hoping. I got high off of hopium like 2 years ago, man. I was ODing on this shit, Pelicans, and
still
I got tired of
selling it.
Huh? You're selling hopium, trying to tell the people all these magnificent ass trades. Well, we go get everything wonderful, and we ain't got to give up shit.
That's not what I said. Oh no, No, I'm not selling hopium.
Big Q was a major hopium dealer back in the day, yo. Let me tell you.
Can I
bringing that shit in by the boatloads. Let me tell you.
From your native nation.
you and Mickey Loomis bringing that shit in by the boatload. Let me tell you.
No, buying it from you. I'm buying it from your native country. That's where I was getting from. But now the Jared, now listen, the Darius Garland thing, you absolutely right on that. He definitely doesn't want to be there with Donovan. Now, like I said, they do reserve the right to change their mind. Now the Jared Allen thing is a little different. You're right. They tried to trade Jared before, but then they got hit with a bunch of injuries. He stayed, and then he just started balling for him. He was putting up all these heavy stats and all this kind of stuff. Could have changed things a bit, but he got hurt, and they didn't like the way how he handled it. A lot of people thought he could have played with that injury. A lot of the players thought so that he could have played, and that kind of made them feel a certain kind of way. So I think you can't have a player that's always in perpetual smoke. There's fire somewhere around there. So eventually I think they will get Jared Allen gone, but it makes sense because the Pelicans have a public interest in Jared Allen. He's one of the players that the Pelicans are interested in, and they feel like he'll be a good person to bring here to play for us. Now, Darius Garland, DC, I know you, he's not exactly Trey Murphy, but I do like his temperament. Very exciting, man.
He's down somebody Trey Murphy. He ain't exactly Trey Young.
No, yeah, Trey Young. I'm sorry, what I said.
Trey Murphy.
My bad. See,
he ain't 6'10". You damn right about that.
DC, go ahead, DC. Keep going. Keep going. Boy, when the Beige Panda get one, boy, he like that. All right, so
all them goddamn books you got back there, you ought to know that.
Why don't you turn your damn camera on and show all that talk shit in that hallway all damn
I'm over here by a palm tree right now, man. I can't talk. Palm tree right now.
You show that shit in the hallway somewhere? Hey. That boy in the hallway in Jamaica somewhere talking about a palm tree, boy. Got a Walmart plant.
We keep the palm trees inside over here, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Got a glass the light automatically gets in, boy. Y'all on some high tech.
Remind me of Hollywood in the house all the time.
All right, so anyway.
My dog say I'm at downtown King.
You talking about BQ selling who your major hopium dealer? I say, yeah, I've been buying it from you. Kept buying it from
that boy had it not by the truckloads. That boy had it by the shiploads. You're a bunch of hopium.
Had the ship backing up to the house, man. Yes.
Man, we had people ODing on that shit, man. You know, but after about 2 years, we felt bad. It was like, nah, we got this epidemic out. This looks like crack in the 80s right now, man. We got to fix this.
No, but listen, man, we're not selling hope.
David Griffin came in as George Bush senior around here, bro. We had to quit selling that damn opium, man.
That boy came in like Oliver North. What you talking about, man? That boy came in like Oliver North, man. Not no Reagan. That Griffin came in as like Oliver North selling all that opium, man, and word salad on the side. That boy had it.
Oh man, that's an excellent comment by my man 504 Doc. What's up, brother? Look what he put up there, Keith. I can't really disagree with that shit.
Boy,
David Griffin had helped the Lakers more than the Pelicans at this point.
That man, a Laker agent, man.
Griffin's been helping the Lakers since he's been here. That's his job, besides trying to relocate us. Wow, it's powerful comment, man.
Well, listen, we got to grow some brains around here. That's what we've been saying for some time now about the Pelicans. From a high IQ standpoint, basketball IQ standpoint, the top two people that run the organization are not savvy in basketball. They're not. Gail doesn't know basketball, and Dennis Lauscher, who's the president of basketball operations, don't know a damn thing about basketball. But don't feel bad because he don't know a damn thing about football, and he's the president of the Saints the same way, same organization, same crazy structure. The highest basketball mind is David Griffin. We need, and like we got Swin up there, and listen, I'm caught because I think David Griffin, you can make mistakes at the VP level, but listen, man, it's too much salesman crap that goes on with David Griffin. We want to see results. And David Griffin's been here for how many years? What is it? 4 or 5 years now? He's going into his 5th year. How long has he been here?
It's been 5 years.
5 years.
It's 5.
It's results
he got here
time.
right before Zion was drafted.
It's results time. You know, he's like, well, we got 49. No, man. You resetting the core. Let me put this to make people understand this. We got over 200 people watching. Y'all hit the like button. The guy resetting the core. So when he came in, his idea was to have BI, Zion, and then he put CJ with him, traded for CJ, and he threw Larry off the bench. The reality is he's resetting the core. This is year 5. We're resetting core. What are we building on here? We just started really seeing what Zion could do. They got a physical therapist. A lot of the stuff that David Griffin is doing, it's like a new general manager. It's like he's a VP, but it's like a new dude that is just going through the motions of making mistakes. Y'all hear what I'm saying? This guy's supposed to be a general manager at another place. And he got the job based on the fact that he has a championship ring. But y'all know it, I know. If you do the research on that, you know how he got that championship ring with Cleveland. That was LeBron James. LeBron James does the same thing he does in every organization. He's a de facto general manager. When they bring LeBron in there, if you bring LeBron on your team, LeBron James is going to come to the owner or whoever the top decision maker is, and they're going to say, LeBron, what do you need? And LeBron will tell them what they need, not the other way around. He's going to tell them, I want you to get this. That's how he had Tristan Thompson.
That's what he did with Griff.
Right. That's
Griff is taking credit of the championship, but it's like, dude, LeBron told you exactly who to go get.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you didn't do anything. You were just in the position where you were, you were the beacon. You're making the trades happen. But it wasn't you. You weren't thinking of, okay, we need this guy, we need this guy. And I think that's why he's a control freak. You know what I'm saying? He just won't yes people around.
Well, we officially call him the octopus because he is a micromanager.
Yeah.
And stuff is all over the place. So that's why
LeBron gave him PTSD for real. You know what I'm saying?
Man, you're right. But that's what I'm saying, Lex. The whole thing is like you look at the moves.
You worry about how you winning versus just winning.
Yeah, he wants to win his way.
That's evil. That's the devil.
But y'all know he wasn't talking like that up there. He wasn't talking about doing this, no basketballs.
They would have smacked him all upside the ball ass head talking that bullshit, man.
Great humans and all this kind of rhetoric. He wasn't trying to build a basketball culture. Yeah. You weren't building a basketball culture about good human beings and sustainability. That's gobbledygook, man.
Yeah, same thing with culture.
Right, that's cheap. That's
talking
cheap.
about the Miami Heat culture, but the thing is, how you build family and culture and all that other junk and good human beings. Start focusing on winning. The winning has to be the foundation. If winning is the foundation, everything's gonna come along with it. The culture, the family. Hey, let me tell you something. Everybody get along when you're winning.
Yes.
When you have winning, that is the culture. Our culture is winning. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not. This stuff is not complicated. I just think the focus is on everything. But
who drafted Deion? Who drafted Deion Waiters? I just asked the question. Who drafted?
Hey, who drafted Kyrie Irving? You got to give him a little credit.
Did he draft?
He does amazing at layup picks, huh?
DC got the same record.
That's a goddamn layup.
I'm just saying, man. Like if you look, no, you're right, Lex. You want to build.
Hold up, my dog. So he didn't draft.
Straight up trying to use that credential of that one championship. He holding on to that thing for dear life. Like, dog, you were not that dude. You were not that dude. You were trying to pump yourself up, and that's probably
we need Zion to be
when they interviewed him, when they brought him in. Like he used that. He was on NBA TV talking up, well, this is what I would do. I'm like, oh, dog, I know exactly what you're doing. Because you hoping that Gail or somebody from the
He got him a
Pelicans
sucker.
sees you on NBA TV saying, oh, well, that's what he was doing. He just came from the Cavs. Yeah, he just came from the Cavs, Hey, let's go check out what David Griffin got to say, since he got ideas and things.
Hey, check this out.
Interview.
Brother Mo said that he drafted Anthony Bennett, though. Anthony Bennett. Boy, you can't make this up.
That's like one of the worst draft picks
Ever.
in history.
Yeah.
Yes, that dude
Yeah.
was.
And he also drafted. Didn't he
Nobody
drafted
knew who he
Wiggins
was.
too? Number 1.
I don't.
Man, who went out? You know what? I'm gonna look up who else went in the draft. He drafted Wiggins when they had LeBron. You remember that? And then they traded him for Kevin Love, and that turned into a championship. That turned into a championship now.
That was something that
because they wanted somebody who was proven.
Right. That was something.
You said that was LeBron was telling them.
LeBron, bro, listen, because it don't make any sense. Look at the moves that he making now. If he was doing all of that, you would see them type of moves being made right now. It's been 5 years. And I mean the mistakes, like mistake number 1, coming into the Pelicans.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I think we have made similar moves to what they did in Cleveland.
No, I'm not talking about that. He did.
We don't have a LeBron.
But it's not the same here. If you look at, I'm talking about his record coming here. He's first coming out of the gate. He kept Elvin Gentry. He should have fired Elvin Gentry. Then he ended up firing him anyway at the first year. Then he brings in. Does he bring in a credible coach after that? No, he doesn't. What he does
do his homework, man.
He went and got Stan Van Gundy. Stan Van Gundy ain't coached in years. He was talking about basketball. And then prior to that, he was a general manager tearing up the Pistons. The guy had coached in years, and he made him a coach.
Go get this. Check this out, Q.
VP would never have done that, bro. And then after
he drafted Andrew Wiggins, right? Do you know who went number 3 in that draft?
Who?
Joel Embiid.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing.
They were worried. They were worried about his injuries because they both went to Kansas.
Yeah.
But
and they paid off for him though. Eventually, he did get. He was able to make it through it. But I'm saying in terms of
how would Cleveland look with Joel Embiid right now?
No, I don't know. I don't know if Cleveland had the patience to wait for him like Philly did. They had the whole process thing going. They had Jaleel Okafor they drafted. So I mean, they had a lot of stuff going on up there. But listen, this is what I'm trying to say about what's going on with.
Oh, we got a super chat, Q.
Yeah. Just a second, DC. We're gonna get it. The second move, like I talked about, the Stan Van Gundy siren, because that wasn't no Trajan Langdon. That wasn't Trajan saying, "Hey man, let's go get Stan Van Gundy." That was David Griffin, man. And then he gets him. He fails after 1 year. And then, as opposed to Pelicans having enough money to go and get a credible coach, they had to then settle for a cheap coach. No disrespect, Willie, but they had to settle for a cheap coach.
Wait. We ain't seen the contract, Q.
That's true, too. After firing 2 coaches in 2 years, fam, listen to what I'm saying.
Hey, lack of stability.
They fired 2 coaches in 2 years of David Griffin taking over the team. Does that sound like somebody that knows what he's doing?
Lack of stability.
Telling y'all,
the stability has not been there. If you look at Ja,
3 coaches,
you know what I'm saying? Or even with Ant, they all have the same coach. Like and hey, that's what I mean by the situation that you come into matters. That's a lack of stability. That's 3 different coaching styles. 3.
Wow. And he also could have got Nikola Jokic
like
too.
Teams aren't doing that. Especially if you're talking about this being a small market team. Like, look, maybe the bigger market teams, they can do that jump. You can't do that if you're a small market, though. You have to have that stability set in place. That's why I keep saying, man, look, you're going to draft a generational talent like Zion. man, the organization was not ready to draft somebody like that. They weren't prepared for him. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to be ready for something like that. And they just, I mean, just from a stability standpoint, they just didn't have it.
What do you think they would have to do to be? Hold up, let's read the super chat, though, man. We got my man up here waiting.
Go ahead, DC. You can read it.
504 Dot, appreciate the $5. Oh, he said, LOL, I forgot he drafted Bennett. That alone is grounds for termination. Shit, I couldn't agree more, man. You know, I was looking at that 2014 draft. Joker was in that draft too, Q.
Yeah.
What if that boy would have drafted Joker number 1? Man? How LeBron would have felt about that?
I know.
Would he have needed Kevin Love?
No. Oh,
nobody ain't got the goddamn vision. Go ahead, Lex. I'm sorry, bro.
It's crazy. It's crazy. No, she's still there. It's crazy, the whole situation. Because we sit here, we've been doing the Pelican Postgame Report for a long time, fam. We've been doing it for a long time, and the issues like we seen where the Pelicans came in, because we catalog all of this stuff about all of the bad management. The Pelicans had some shit general managers over the years, and Dale Demps was probably one of the worst. Even the late great Commissioner David Stearns, and said this guy don't know what he's
the worst GM in the history of basketball.
Called him that. Yep, said that. And Dale Demps was awful, but the Pelicans set up there and kept that man for years because they don't know nothing about no basketball. And it's the same thing. David Grifter comes in here and then he sets up this whole other situation about him being about accountability and all this stuff, and he wants to create basketball. He wasn't talking like that in Cleveland. He wasn't talking about I want to have a bunch of good human beings and all this kind of nonsense and all this rhetoric. Forget all of that. 5 years in, that's when we need to start looking at this. It's now a reset for the core that he set up. Now, here we go again. So, like I said, we got to hold his feet to the fire. And that's why Trajan Langdon was trying to get out of here. We talked about that for some time. I like every opening, VP opening, Trajan Langdon trying to get the hell out of Dodge. Why? Because Langdon ain't going to get no. He's not going to get it.
He ain't give a shit. He ain't care. That job could have been in goddamn Antarctica somewhere. Trajan putting in the application.
Even the media made that. They wanted to talk to VP. They wanted to talk to David Griffin over him. They forgot he was the general manager. I'm the general manager of the Pelicans right now.
And you know what? The mainstream media forgets.
They do.
Think they even forget that, hey, Griff is not the GM. That's why
that's gonna stay like that.
The same position as what'd you say, DC?
Nah, I said that's gonna stay like that with Bryce.
Why, DC? Go ahead. Why is it gonna stay like that?
Because he ain't gonna talk. He gonna keep getting the
They said he's more quieter than Langdon.
Yeah, that's what Q said.
You got a guy that's quiet.
And when I watched the interview that I told Big Q to play, he still ain't played. I understand why he quiet.
But see, again, Griff wants people around that he can control, though, y'all, man. Like you said, he micromanages. Like he doesn't really he ain't trying to see another LeBron. He ain't trying to go head to head with somebody with that type of personality. And if you look at the personalities, that's why I was talking about that. We need a different type of personality on this team, in this organization. You know what I'm saying? Because there's too many guys with the same personality, quiet, collected, really mild mannered. Look, you gotta let that go. Like we need some different types of personalities. We could use a little bit of friction, like, because the thing is, if you look at the championship teams, you always, like, when they win at it, it's because they were passionate about winning. The thing is, this team, everybody's all laid back and jump. It's like y'all don't feel nothing. Like we need to feel, we need to have an attitude, feel a certain kind of way. Like, dog, losing is not cool. Dog, you about to get sweat. Like, y'all don't feel a certain kind of way about that. Come on, man. Put forth a better effort. Go out there with energy. Look, you may not have your best player. You may not have like the guys that you need out there, but at least go out there and ball. You know what I'm saying? Like, energy plays a huge part. I know coaching does too, but it's like, come on, guys. Like, at some point in time, you got to get tired of, like, man, look, we're getting embarrassed in the media. Don't nobody respect us. Let's think about what Draymond Green said. Let's think about what Jimmy Butler was saying.
Yep.
Oh, no, ain't nobody worried about the Pelicans. That don't make you feel a certain kind of way. Like, again, that calm, cool, and collected attitude, it's not it. We need some personalities that are edgy. Like, dog, like, I ain't trying to lose. I am not trying to lose. Like, look, man, we got to go out here and do something. Man, something. Like, but attack, be on the attack mode, something. But you can't just lay down and be like, oh, well, we're losing, so we're not going to show any fight. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's true, Lex, because they did say that even though we took care of business against Miami, Draymond Green doubled down on comments about the Pelicans. He said some people view it as negative. Actually, time has shown that it was actually true. He said the Pelicans, he said during the year, last year, when they were playing games, that the Pelicans are not cut like that. Then he came back during the All-Star break and said, ain't nobody worrying about no goddamn Pelicans. And Chuck Barkley said, what you said? He said, ain't nobody worrying about no Pelicans. Then he changed it to worry about. So he kind of waved them off. And that's because you got to have that killer instinct. You got to have that. And the Pelicans, where was this killer instinct during the back down of the year? Like the Pelicans, like it took multiple tries to get to the play-in. And then we lost to the Lakers seemed like a dozen times. We lost to them twice. Fell in the lap of Sacramento, who just so happens to be the one of the teams that we just dominated and beat like 5 or 6 times in a row. So we were able to get there. And then after that, that was the last decent effort game that you got, because when the playoffs started, they were rusty. They didn't look good, and OKC was totally rusty. They lost by 2. And then OKC turned it up and just blew them out of there. So I mean, where is the fight? Where is that mentality? Because Griffin builds a basketball cult of good human beings, and Gail Benson at the top saying David Griffin, he's such a nice man. All this nonsense. So in the end, man, like
everybody's a nice man. So was Alvin Gentry.
Alvin Gentry, such a nice man. Such a nice man. That's what she says. Everybody.
What about Stan Van Gundy?
Oh, he's such a nice man, but his best things.
Nah, you gotta let DC do his voice, man.
No, please. No,
we talking about Gail. I can't do Gail voice.
Yeah, man.
Stan had no comment to that, man. He was eating Rocky Roll's ice cream, laughing when she said that. Like, oh, that's great.
Now, you know what? I ain't gonna say nothing about Stan, because they had some recent articles that came out about his wife. His wife had passed away, and the details behind it were secret. But literally, he came out literally later, recently, and said that his wife committed suicide.
Holy shit!
I know, man, and he said he'd been struggling.
Damn. Yeah, that's rough, man. That's tough. Even if you can get over a loss of a loved one, man, for them to commit suicide, like, damn, that's rough.
Yeah, said his wife committed suicide, man. So shout out to Stan Van Gundy, man. He's dealing with some horrible stuff over there, man. So yeah, but
bless that brother, man.
Yeah, for real. So, but on Pelican side of things, yeah, this has to change around, man, big time. And like Willie Green's the guy that they gave. Remember, and it just keeps going. Remember the secret extensions that the Pelicans signed late last year. In 2023, the Pelicans signed David Griffin, Trajan Langdon, and Willie Green signed extensions that they kept this information away from the flocking nation, away from the Pale Faithful, all the way until the last week of the regular season, right before the plan started. That's when they leaked the news.
We got an extension.
Were signed. So think about what I'm saying. They signed them late last year and didn't tell you about them until 5 to 6 months later, when right before the plan, about 3 or 4 months, whatever the case may have been, into the new year, right at the end of the regular season. They leaked it and then didn't allow anybody to expound on it. So Willie Green had received an extension. Griffin got an extension, and he kept it secret. You do this stuff because you know that's not the correct way to do it. You don't sign secret extensions and then leak it out and then allow the reporters to follow up on questions about whether or not they signed extensions. By the way, they couldn't verify how long the extensions were. What kind of shady shit is this? That's what kind of problem I got. Organizations that do underhanded stuff like this with David Griffin is obviously a part of this foolishness. That's why when he comes in with all this word salad, people got to challenge him on that because he's full of shit, man. He is full of it. He's full of it, bro. That rep, that whole resume about champion, all that's LeBron, man. LeBron helped you out on that. And then you come here because you're not mimicking no kind of moves here like that. All of this rhetoric about being a basketball family, man, these people are being paid to play basketball. They utilize their time to win and get the proper coaches here to help these people understand what they got to do. But we are tied up into the future with a coach. Now, no disrespect to Willie. Willie would be a good assistant coach. I wanted more of a person that had more of a resume in terms of being our coach, a guy that won a championship ring, that knows what it takes to get there, that when he walks in the room and command the respect of the players because he's been there before. He knows what it takes. But we couldn't get that guy because the Pelicans under Griffin had 3 head coaches in the first 3 years that he stepped foot in the door. And a lot of times the first 2 impacted us paying the third. So the guys that they were looking at, they wanted the ones that were higher up wanted more money. We had to go with a cheaper coach and a less experienced coach. And now, not only is a team, you got to learn from the coaches got to learn for the team to go further. So expect games where he gets his ass kicked by more experienced coaches that adjust better to him. Like we had that 0-28. What is it? Y'all help me out. 0-28, 0-29 when losing, we're opening up the fourth quarter in a deficit. When you're losing in the fourth, the Pelicans are like 0-29 or something like that. It's crazy. 0-29 when starting the fourth quarter trailing. Nothing. Don't even talk about none of that. Don't come up with any answers for that. So, like I said, man, this has to change. It has to get better. But if we locked in with Willie for extensive years, some pressure has to be put on Willie to become a better coach. If you're bringing in assistant coaches, for goodness sake, start listening to them, bro. Especially offensively speaking, and develop another goddamn philosophy for switch all. When the switch all is not working, do something else. Learn something else. Do something else, please. Anyway, I'm gonna give the floor to you guys before we get ready to leave. I'm getting pissed in this thing now about this switch all shit. Oh, we switch everything. And if you don't win, switch all until you die. That's Willie's mentality. Switch all. It's a new shirt we need to print out. It's called Switch All Until You Die. That's what it is.
Say Big Q. If Willie Green played baseball, what position would he play?
I don't know, brother. A switch hitter? Is that
there
what
you go. There you go. Switch it all forever, all the time.
Switch all to
Switch everything.
Switch it all. Hey, what?
Switch the rotation to all defensive guys. Don't do none of the shit I saw work. Switch all.
All defensive guys while needing offense. And double down on it. That just doesn't make sense, man.
I'm going to look at what working. I'm going to do the opposite. The people been having success playing, bigger, faster, athletic guys. I'm going to play all small guys, Hugh. Teams have been having success playing more players that can shoot all together. I'm going to play all players that can't shoot, Q.
That's exactly what he did.
Switch it up. Switch it up, bro.
While looking for those players to put offense up. It's the craziest thing ever. Like, dude, where are you?
The move that broke me this season, bro. I knew it was officially over. I watched the Pelicans give Matt Ryan they gave him a contract at the end of the season. Well, he got a 2-year contract, I think. So he's back. And I'm like, okay, we got like 5 games left. So they're gonna start, giving Matt Ryan some minutes so maybe we can utilize You know, him in the playoffs because they gave him a contract, you know, to fulfill this spot. I didn't think it was gonna like highlight him or nothing. I thought he would like at least get in the game. He didn't play no minutes, Q.
No minutes.
After about the second, third game of that shit, I said, yeah, it's over, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Dice, no Matt Ryan. And I'm like, why? We're struggling.
Action by Willie, man. He don't know his team, bro. And he gets stuck on once he gets tunnel vision.
Man, can we please get Larry Nance out there? I actually like Larry Nance as a player, but the way that Willie Green thinks he is just the cure-all, be-all for every goddamn thing, I'm sick of it.
I know, man. Willie loves Larry Nance.
Not because he's a horrible player, but because Willie Green just has too much faith and trust in him.
He's in love with Larry Nance.
Loves Larry.
Larry got the answer for everything.
Man, ain't no ramp up here for Larry. I remember Larry just had got off the injury list. He just was made available. I said, well, he's not going to play him that much as a ramp up. Boy, that boy played like 25, 26 minutes in that first game. It was
ramp up only exists with Zion.
Zion is only
the
on
same thing with Jose Alvarado. As soon as Jose Alvarado came off his injury, he started playing him. I'm like, dang, y'all ain't ramping him up.
Loves Larry. But see, the thing is too, he overused Larry. And it's the thing about, that's what I'm saying about Willie Green. I don't know what Willie be thinking at times, man. I really don't. And I like Willie Green. I like Willie, but you can't get away from the low basketball.
I don't like him as a coach.
I mean, I like him. He's a good dude.
You don't like him as a person? Like?
Yeah, he's a good human being. Big Q.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he's a good human being. Of course.
Is David Griffin in the bleachers over there? Where you at? Is David Griffin in attendance?
No.
Let's talk about good human beings and shit.
I'm just saying it's true. What you're saying about him is true. That Willie Green, man, he needs to take like a quantum leap this upcoming season. He really does. And he can't afford, bro. You can't afford
up out of the organization and on somewhere else.
God damn.
I mean, look, I still feel like we need to put trade packages together for Griff and Willie. Okay. I'm looking at
they ain't gonna send us nothing back with a third round pick for that shit.
And whoever the VP there is, I like them at OKC. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else got any suggestions for trade packages for Griff and Willie?
Lex, you ain't getting nothing
back. Talk about it.
But you ain't getting nothing back for him. You getting like a trash bag full of
people. My dog, not Gail, man. My dog said trade Gail too. Goddamn.
You getting back a trash bag full of P. Miller
That's
sneakers.
Cool too.
Some Folgers. Folgers coffee. You get a trash bag. I can see what you're gonna get back. This is what you're gonna get back for Willie and David Griffin. You'll get a trash bag full of P. Miller sneakers. About a half a dozen of.
We need assets.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you.
We need
trying
people. That's why I was saying like trade. What is it? Griff for Sam Presti or something.
Oh hell no!
What y'all think about that?
They're not gonna give. Hell no. The best you're gonna do is a trash bag full of P. Miller sneakers.
If the Clippers did it with
Miller sneakers, where you get that from?
Boston?
Yeah, that's what I'm drawing. You're gonna get some. So you're gonna get a half a dozen of dented Pep sodas. You're gonna get. Let's see what else. A beige and pink and purple dot jalopy, and the last thing you're gonna get is a half burnt down building with a mortgage on the unburnt down side. That is all you're gonna get right now for those guys. So
I was thinking maybe we could trade for Gail. We could trade her for Mark Cuban. What y'all think about that?
I don't think they'll go.
We're talking about it. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep our minds open.
What will we give up? What will we give up in that trade?
The box, y'all. Come on now.
Are we paying a percentage of Dallas's next arena building fees or so? What are we getting out
No,
in that
the
trade?
Dallas Cowboys owner, he got that handle. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think that'll work.
I think that's wishful thinking, Lex. Don't forget about
Hey, you know what? Then all this is wishful thinking until it happens, right? Like the trade with Brandon, for Trey Young. You know what I'm saying? Ain't we all doing this wishful?
Said Big Q.
We do this stuff
I
all
think
the time.
I think we
we
gotta
talked
start
about
drug testing, dog. We gotta start drug
um,
testing for Hopium, bro.
I
We
think
gotta
Lex,
we gotta do random stuff.
Hey, look.
Lex is trying to
All
take it to
I'm
existence.
saying
That's what she's
is
trying to
that
do.
all
Trying
this
to tap
stuff
it
is
into.
from top to bottom, man. Look, we say it all the time, from top to bottom. That's what that's the source of the problem. And in order to really change the direction, the whole complexity of the organization, it starts from the top. You know, I know it may be funny to everybody, but it's like, shoot, if we trading players, why can't we trade the up and ups too? Because it's happened. It has happened. It don't happen a lot.
I mean,
But I'm just
A
saying,
GM
like,
has got traded. I only seen coaches be traded before.
hey, Willie
She's trying
Green can need to go.
You want to trade? I know you want to trade Willie Green to Detroit so he can be in heaven.
Willie Green gotta
I
go
put
though.
my
I
money.
mean, shoot, that's look. We can at least start there, but
Go
golly,
trade him
man,
to Detroit. He can go over there and they can play Monty Ball.
the mentality
That was
of
crazy.
the mentality of the office got to get better, man. I mean, it's poor right now, and it's not long term. It's not huge value. It's like it's just low and it's cheap. I mean, it's just got to get better. You know what I'm saying? So, and plus, I mean, obviously, you talking about all the mistakes that Grifton made. You know what I'm saying? Gail made a mistake by hiring Griff. Griff making a mistake, you know, drafting players. You know what I'm saying? And then forcing the coach to play the players. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, man. It's a hot mess. It's a hot mess up in there.
Yeah, they got to change it around. Like I said, and I've said this before, that they need to reformat the Pelicans and the Saints organization by the same people. And like I said, I think they need somebody else up there. Like on the football side of it, Dennis Lauscher needs to be not the president of any of these organizations. He's transformed him to like CFO, the chief financial officer. Deals with the money. But they need another person on the basketball side and the football side that were former players, like comes from the John Lynch model, like played football and went through the exec program and climbed the organization. There are plenty of those type of people out there. Now, as far as the Pelicans, I think Swin Cash. I've been saying, maybe I'll speak it into existence, but I think Swin should be the top person for that job as president, because you want a winner. You don't need a BS. We don't play that down here. We don't play no BS. We don't like listen to you prattle on about good human beings and all this. We don't care about
I
that.
definitely would rather listen to Swin talk. Yeah, she did at least make sense.
Swin is straight. She's a sharpshooter. She's a winner. She won everywhere. She has gold medals, one in college, one in the pros, won 3 championships. It's the Hall of Fame. Now you want to talk about that, and you got Gail as the owner, then you got the president of the Pelicans, Swin, who's a winner, who has all that basketball knowledge. You goddamn right, I'll go for that. But we need people at the top that have that. That's winners who don't want to lose, who are just winners out the gate. And she represents that. That's what we need. We don't need flim flam David Grifter running around here on reps from that Cleveland Cavalier ring that LeBron basically helped him piece together, because he can't even duplicate that. Come in here, look, I got a laundry list of moves that didn't make any sense. I'm like, man, if you have a high IQ general manager, VP personality, these type of moves would have never happened, because he would have seen a lot of that. Like, how you have this. How you come up in this mug in 3 years? You're 5 years in your first 3 years, you had 3 different coaches. What sense that makes? And then everyone, like I said, each one of them impact the third one because you couldn't afford to go and get the third one like a more credible coach. You couldn't afford the guy that Phoenix got. Because Gail's not going to go up. She's not going to be spending all operate, so you can't be making these kind of mistakes. Who goes and gets Stan Van Gundy? He wasn't coaching. He was taught. He was an analyst analyzing basketball games for the NBA TV. And prior to that, he was the general manager destroying the Pistons.
I got a question.
Crazy. How do you pull him out of your backside? Say, hey man, you want to drop? Man, that make none of that made any sense, bro. That is not no smart VP do something like that. Go ahead, Lex. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you good. How do you all feel about Sam Cassell?
Like Sam, like Cassell a lot. Like him
I
a
like
lot.
him.
Like him a lot.
It's like
know,
Bird, Willie.
I think it's weird that he hasn't gotten the opportunity. I mean, he's been an assistant coach for longer than Willie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I think it's kind of surprising how he hasn't gotten an opportunity to be a head coach yet.
Right. I don't know what that
I don't
is.
know. I don't know if there's a reason for that, but you know, I don't know. That would be kind of nice to and then a maybe a possibility of either him or Rajon Rondo being an assistant coach on the staff.
Yeah, Rondo.
How y'all feel about that?
I would love that because that's high IQ players right there. Sam Cassell is basically like a basketball genius. His focus and how he talk. If you ever listen to Cassell's interview, how he talk about the game, he was a solid point guard too for Houston for some time throughout the NBA. So he was a guy that ran the position. He was always a smart brother. And then Rondo, y'all already know Rondo.
Yeah.
The Lakers, they were both those guys were listed as potential assistant coaches for JJ Redick's staff in LA.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, this staff needs to beef up, man. If you can get, because Rajon Rondo played for the Pelicans, you know what I'm saying? So it's like it kind of helps the situation. Hey, man, it's one of your own. You know what I'm saying? Go get him. He's a champion. You know what I'm saying? Plus, you know, Rondo got attitude about him. You know what I'm saying? Like, and plus, obviously, you know, he's a point guard. So his ability to see the floor, and I'm not talking about, I don't want you to say Willie Green was a point guard too. I ain't talking about that.
No, he was a guard.
Or a guard, yeah.
Yes.
But you see what I'm saying, man?
Right.
Like just his basketball mind, you know, and actually knowing what's out there. And I mean, I don't know, man. I just feel like if you're gonna go and replace Borrego, if he is taken, you need to look at those two guys. And then possibly looking at those two guys replacing Willie down the road.
You know what? Hey, I'll tell you one thing. You can't go wrong with Rondo on your team because at least I know Rondo would challenge Willie Green. And that's what we need. We need coaches, and I know they need guys on a challenge. What the philosophy has been. I think that's a problem with the Pelicans. And that's why I called them, you know, I make a joke about them being a basketball coach because you got David Griffin talking about good human beings and all this bull crap. And where's the challenging of the philosophy? Like, it just can't be the faithful saying, hey, man, what we seeing, we're going off based on what we're seeing in these games. That has to be something going like that inside of the organization. Like, how can we get better? How are you going to get better if you don't look at the mistakes that you were making during the season? Like, a lot of pressure is focused on Willie Green. Willie Green has to improve as a coach, or they're going to have to get somebody else. And
sweep things under the rug.
Right. We can't do that because, and the point was made, look at what Phoenix did. Phoenix, Frank Vogel has a championship. You know, he won it with, what was that, the bubble championship, I think he won. Frank Vogel over the Suns. He has what, the same record as Willie. They had posted higher. You know, they took, you know, they went a little higher. He gets fired after he signed a multi-year deal with him. He gets fired for Coach Budenholzer, that comes in, and we know who he is. He won championship with the Bucks. He was always a solid coach. He has ties to Coach Pop. He did a great job in Atlanta, built Milwaukee up. They won a championship with him, and he's a respected coach. The Pelicans, well, you know, they weren't even in the realm of going out and getting that guy because he wanted $10 million a year. He signed a 5-year contract at $10 million a year. Not to mention, Phoenix still has to take care of the money with Frank Vogel after firing after 1 year, a successful year. But I've seen that trend. I'm gonna say this to you guys. You've seen what happened with JB Bickerstaff, where he did a good job in Cleveland and they fired him. What happened with Frank Vogel and they fired him. Guys that had winning years and they fired them because they felt like they could have went they can go to another level because they felt like that guy wasn't going to get them to the level that they wanted to deal with because they had personalities on there that needed a guy that dealt with those type of personalities before. And here we go with all this going on. The Pelicans just sitting cool, calm, and collected, watching it all go, signing secret extensions. You see what the difference between people that know that they need a coach that take them far. The team is going to go as far as Willie Green will allow them to go. His knowledge is what I'm saying. That has to be challenged. So you mentioned assistant coaches. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Rondo and Sam Cassell will make great coaches because both of those guys are kind of outspoken players.
Edgy.
Right. And they would do like, man, what are we doing?
Yeah.
That's what we need. We don't need a basketball cult of people, just everybody cool, and then you march them out of the playoffs. We had a good year. We won 49 games. We'll be back next year to try. No.
Yeah. I don't like that complacency or the embracing mediocrity, man.
Yes.
I don't like that at all. That exit interview killed me. I'm like, dude, you better go kick rocks. Don't nobody got time for that. No, it's like this team has embraced mediocrity for a long time. It's time to ascend and it's time to go to the next level. Like, you know, that just wasn't cool what he said, man. It really wasn't.
It's word salad, Lex. You should be used to it from David Griffin. And of course, like you said, we kid you all the time about Willie Green and his lovely sins that's on the practice walls. None of it's aggressive. None of it is from it's nothing wrong with saying killer instinct because you need killer instinct to win in this league because other people utilize it. You got to have a high degree of know how to put people out of the way. But they don't embrace that type of energy. They don't embrace that, like you say, play with violence. He says, no, we're not going to play with violence. We're going to play with force. So you can see it's a different energy what you saying versus what he's saying because everybody say play with violence. Hell yeah, let's get it. You know,
the force ain't with him.
The force.
Ain't with him. You know what I'm saying?
Play with force, young Padawan. Willie Green, the Jedi. He plays with force. He's obviously a Star Wars fan. He got to be a Star Wars. Jedi Willie Green.
May the force be with the Pelicans.
May the force be with the Pelicans. Man, listen, man. But yeah, we joke about it all the time. Like we even talked about the stuff written on the practice walls together and all of the words that's written there. It's not.
Hold up. Gotta be fair. My man Devin was like the butt in.
Okay, bro.
You didn't read his comment here.
Devin says,
who's gonna address that one?
I got you. Says, bro, what do y'all want Willie to do if his players always hurt?
How many games does Zion play this year?
Bro, listen.
How many games?
I played like 60-something games last time I checked. I thought it was about 60. Was it 63?
No, I can
B.I. played what, 57? Okay.
His guys always hurt. Does that include the games? They had them guys this year with Amy Atmore. Shout out to Amy Atmore. Amy Atmore, the physical therapist that the Pelicans had. A lot of games this year, more games than they ever played together. You can't use that bullshit excuse here no more. You can't use it this year.
Not only that, how many double-digit leads did they have this year?
Why not? That's what I'm saying, bro. You still stuck on 2 years ago, bro. Upgrade.
0-26, 0-27, 0-30.
Yeah, explain that.
Going from the third, look down, going into the fourth. Come on now, in the clutch.
0-29, baby.
Look, and that was with guys available. Like dog, 0-20.
Can't use that no more.
I don't even know what the number is, but it's either 26, 27, or 28. One of them. Take your pick. All of them.
My man,
that's not good.
Hold up, gotta be fair to my man Devin Smith. He said, but he was hurt for the playoffs. So that's what he was talking about. Talking about the playoffs. And I would have to say, just being fair, he does have a point. Every time we've made it to the playoffs, we've never played in the playoffs and had BI and Zion ever.
Man, you can say that for
I would also say that's even more reason we need to blow it up and change
right.
stuff.
No,
Well,
come
not
on.
blow it up, but we need to change stuff.
Yeah, bro, listen, man. We've been hearing that old lame excuse for years about that, and we sat up there and we watched it. This year they played more games than they ever played together. Even Griffin said
the playoffs. The man said his whole point was the playoffs.
But that's what I'm saying. Well, the playoffs, bro. You do the best that you could do with what you got, insofar as of who you got. But still, in all, it turns down to a philosophy thing, getting these guys ready to play. There is no way the Pelicans should have been ran out of there 4-0 against OKC. Come on now. We know BI was banged up. We know all this. But still in all, Willie Green, what the hell I want Willie Green to do? Dig into his goddamn bench. He had all season long to get other guys available to contribute to the team during the season and get them ready.
Possibly knew his superstars or his big players would get hurt. We couldn't possibly have known that.
Come on, bro. But you don't look at it like that. They'll tell you that at the start of the season. When the start of the season you do your very best to get there in terms of their health, and they had their players available. Zion played 70 games this year. 70 games this year. BI played 64 games this year. McCollum played 66 games. The top three guys played a lot of minutes for the team this year, and even Griffin said he's seen enough. And we talking about regular season and playoffs to reset the core. He said he's seen enough. But we've waited for the team for 4 years, but it's not necessarily totally an injury situation. The Pelicans have won more than 49 games last year, but a lot of these games, the Pelicans, when it came down to close games, they couldn't win because of philosophy, strategy, and doing dumb shit, bro. That had nothing to do with no goddamn injuries. Come on now. We sit up here and watch this stuff all the time, bro. Don't play that injury crap, because everybody got to deal with injuries, man. It's up to the coach to develop that personnel. That's what you got depth charts for, and backup players. They're not going to play like your stars, but they're designed to where you have guys that contribute, that get you going in the interim until you get your guys back. But you can't have a Willie Green having players like Jordan Hawkins that can contribute in the play-in, and he don't even sniff 1 minute or 4 minutes for his goddamn birthday. And he over leans on other players that he don't even have to. He chose to restrict the lineup. He didn't have to restrict the lineup. If you know you're dealing with issues and injuries, you got to bring players along. You got to understand who these guys are and how they can help your team. We've seen that the whole damn way. And once again, 0-28 or 0-29 in games where they leading, starting the fourth quarter off. And some of the times they'd be losing by 2 or 3 damn points. So it's not necessarily all injuries. That's some shit that you got programmed by Griffin. Well, it's just the injuries. Yeah, that's the same bullshit David Griffin would say. But he wouldn't say what I said about that 0-29. He won't say about what I say about them rosters, how them lineups is all screwed up, and how he not developing them players and using them in the right way at the right times. Now explain that shit. Go ahead, Lex. Y'all got the flow.
Hold up, the man still replying, bro. Y'all.
He said a whole lot of
shit.
But
I said
a few comments.
I don't think he watches the
I just want to keep it fair. He said that's like the star player if Luka Kyrie was hurt. Do y'all think that they would be in the finals? Let's be realistic. Bro,
this got to be. You know what, brother Devin? You know I'm not trying to disparage you, my brother, but this
man also says John Hawkins can't play defense. Do y'all watch the Pelicans?
Bro,
I mean,
dude, y'all got that, man.
I'm gonna continue to be the referee. Go ahead, Lex.
No, get your ass out. Don't let Lex be the referee. She got a whistle and everything. DC, you do
what you take a break from that. She already doing that on her day job, man. Let her get a break from refereeing.
Like, dog,
bro, you got it.
Let me ask you something. How you feel about CJ then? He making $33 million, and you know what? The Thunder were hunting his butt. They were hunting him.
That's amazing to me how everybody jumped all over Brandon Ingram and they ain't say nothing about CJ. Nobody ever said anything about CJ.
He ain't no rookie.
DC, hold on. I can't hear what Lex is saying.
Hawkins plays just as good as defense, if not better, just because of his athleticism. If you go and watch the games, watch the film. Watch what Jordan does on weak side help. That dude got better. The thing is, he lost opportunities because if that wasn't a strong suit, or I don't know, maybe he was a rookie. But the thing is, if you're going to talk about Jordan Hawkins, you might want to talk about CJ, who is a certified veteran. The Thunder, every single Thunder player hunted him on defense, but yet he was still playing, and he was not putting up 30. He wasn't doing that. Okay, so I mean,
Maybe CJ was hurt.
that statement right there is like null and void. So you'd rather, and plus Jordan Hawkins is younger, and he a sniper. This dude got high praise saying, "Hey, this is a Ray Allen right here. This is a Steph Curry. It's hard to find the minutes, and you telling me you can't put him in the game? You're willing to bench a Ray Allen? You're willing to bench a Steph Curry? You gave him high praise like that, but you're worried about his defense so much. But those guys, the compensation on the defensive end is recovered on the offensive end. That's what type of player that you have with Jordan. But because you stopped playing him, there was such a hiatus with his playing time. You're not going to get that every time. You're shooting down his confidence. And you're asking CJ, who's a true 2, you know what I'm saying? Same as Hawkins. Hawkins is a true 2. You don't want him handling the rock. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like, come on, man. Because CJ was way worse. CJ was way worse. So I'm really not, Jordan Hawkins is young. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you knew this. A lot of rookies that come in, they're not really the greatest on defense anyway. So he fits right in. What you talking about?
Like I said, the whole thing about the injury thing, that done ran its course, bro. That's up out of here. That's done. Because, like I said,
true, man.
We've seen
Devin agrees that CJ is trash.
We've seen everything. Listen, fam. The biggest thing is not injuries. That's the first thing people are programmed to go after is the injury situation. You look at these games. You talking about
got to coach, man. You still got
to coach. You can't sit up here and say, "Well, we was hurt, we couldn't compete." That's not true. You got to use your team. That's why they assembled these players.
In that case, look at the Knicks, man. Look at how they lost most of their roster.
Yes.
But let me tell you something about energy. When you play with a whole lot of energy and that will to want to win, let me tell you something. That can take you far. And having someone that can coach. The Knicks lost like most of their starters.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, so are we still using that as an excuse? We gotta stop that, man. You still got to go out there and play your butt off. At least play with a lot of effort. Did you see any heart out there? Any heart, any effort, any killer? I mean, you got to have those things. And then look, you should know your personnel well enough where you can still coach your team even without your star. They say a good team, a really good team is when you're able to sit your star, or if your star goes down, that you can still win games. That can happen. It's happened in the past. That's basketball. That's how you know you're a good coach.
I agree. That's what it comes down to. That's why these depth charts are assembled to brace for injury.
Now, didn't nobody say we're trying to blow nothing up? I mean, the thing is, Griff made a lot of mistakes. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, the organization has been very reactive. They haven't been proactive. They haven't been aggressive on making changes or getting the pieces around. It's basically like, you can't beat around the bush. Like, listen. This team was what? The 49-33 this year? The record? Okay. 49-33 last season would have had you in the 3rd seed. What does that tell you? That tells you that the league is constantly getting better. You can't sit on your hands and twiddle your thumbs and do nothing while the rest of the league is trying to get better. You can't rely on that. It's like at some point you already have to collect the data and know, okay, look, we need to make drastic changes. It's like, dog, you like 2 seasons too late. That's why the Pelicans are behind. They're behind. They started
Yeah.
they rebuild the same as the
OKC.
Thunder and the same as the T-Wolves. They
That's right.
started the same. Look where the Thunder and the T-Wolves got.
Yep. That's a great example there.
I ain't trying to hear that, man. It's about the decisions that you're making, and it's about putting right, making mistakes, and then coming back and covering up those mistakes because you Griff is too cheap. He making cheap decisions, and it's showing. It's showing. You can't do that. That hurts your organization. You're basically putting your organization in a bind. And that's one of the reasons why, look, if they offered that contract to Brandon, 50 mil, if they offered it, that's going to set your organization back even more. Nobody is going to take that type of contract, especially for a guy who don't want to shoot threes. Y'all ain't ready for that.
Nah,
But
they ain't
that's the
ready.
other part I disagree with. I think Brandon would shoot threes if we had a point guard that can get him some catch and shoot threes. Because I watched him shoot 6 threes a game. But that point is null and void out of here.
This is the thing too, DC. I want to draw into it, man. It's the
And
whole
let's move on.
the whole scenario. We about to end the stream, but this the whole scenario about blowing it up. You need to go back and listen to the whole show, brother, because we're not advocating them to blow up the team. We talking about, because the team is not far off, but it's all about vision. They decided to reset. Griffin, this is his 5th year here. Y'all got to look at the details, because that's where it's at. It's in the details. You can't listen to everything they say because they just propaganda people. They just throw out a bunch of junk. The first thing they're going to spend is injuries. That's why the team underachieved. But there is no explanation for why they went 0-29 and when they went to the fourth quarter without the lead. There's no understand. Do you not understand the Pelicans, if they were good enough, they could have ended up with 55 plus games? That would have been a whole different look for the Pelicans. They died out toward the back of the year. They died out. Then you talk about injuries. Willie Green didn't use his players, especially his bench players, the way he was supposed to. That was evident in the playoffs. If your team banged up like that, you're going to have to dig into the bench, man. That's why you develop these guys during the regular season. That's why there are depth charts. And I'm not going to talk about the Luka thing. I mean, you figure that one out. All I'm saying is you can't always sit up here and talk about it using injuries as an excuse for underachievement of the team. They decided to reset the core of the team because it's at that interval where they're not going to play Brandon Ingram. And David Griffin said so himself. He's seen enough of it to know that they want to go in a different direction. He ain't going to pay BI, which means if you're not going to pay BI, you're going to trade him, which means CJ got to go. Probably not right away, but before the trade deadline. This is commonplace. So they have to add some more players with Zion, whether that's Trae Young or whoever the case may be. You decide, you pick him, Darius Garland, whatever. They got to put somebody else there to help Zion as he's have this big part of his contract going forward, or face the dreaded CP3 AD curse, in which we get our stars. We pick these top people, and then they end up leaving to go help somebody else.
That's exactly what's going to happen if we get DeJounte Murray, Big Q.
All right, I hear you, DC. DC wants to swing for the fences. I got you, DC.
He is so, man. Zion is on record. You got Lee on record saying Zion would like to play with Trae. You got Trae's daddy saying Trae would like to play with Zion. Like the stars want to play with stars now, man. Everybody don't seem obsessed to be, super team star, but they want at least one other star. We got to get Zion a star player. I can guarantee you, he got it. So we do this shit where we trying to patch up more holes in the boat, and we go and we don't get another star. We need a superstar to pair him with, man. You either got to find an up and coming one that's about to turn into it,
you got time for that
he wants to play with, or you have to. That's how you keep stars. You got to get him another star. Are we gonna lose?
Let me ask you this. This will be the last
really
question.
Simple, bro.
This will be the last question before we end the stream. Let's say Dallas wins the NBA championship. Let's say Dallas wins it, right? What kind of pressure does that put on the Pelicans, being that Dallas is coming out of the Southwest where we reside at?
That puts an extreme amount of pressure on the Pels. You already got to deal with the up and coming Spurs, right? You got Dallas being the champs. I hate to break it to you, but Houston isn't exactly a descending team either. So it makes our division a lot tougher. And now we have to prepare our team to be able to compete with not only Dallas but everybody else in our division. I mean, if you want to do something, you want to win your division. You know what I'm saying? That's always the foundation. You got all of those teams that you play more times than other teams. You kind of gotta have a roster to compete with those. And we're getting pretty big in our division. You know, Dallas is a big team with the addition of all the big guys they added. And then you got the Spurs with what they're doing. With Benyama is like two centers in one. So I think it puts a lot of pressure on them, but it's not like pressure for us to win the championship next year. But if we want to
Memphis
compete,
got
we
big
talk
too.
about making the playoffs and being a team that hey, man, you're right. Let's Memphis did get bigger too. You talking about being a team that wants to contend, man? You got to look within your division, and we got all these teams in our division that they looking like they ready or they coming. You know, Memphis is coming back, right? I didn't even mention Memphis. I
Man,
just mentioned them. You mentioned it too. So we got pressure.
Hey, can
Like
you
to
imagine
me,
this? Hey,
this is
imagine
a
this
this
right
is
here.
a opportunity for
Southwest.
Griff to either make or break, man. If he swing for the fences and he hit it, he buys himself more time. If Griffin messes up this BI trade, man, you gotta fire him. You gotta fire him. If we go into next year and we have the same results we got this year, Willie Green got to be gone and David Griffin that has to be fired. Anything less than that, I mean, we just gonna keep saying the same thing for probably the next 5 or 6 years, if not worse. Now it's actually gonna be worse because Zion's gonna leave.
Man, the Southwest, there's not going to be a more difficult division to play professional basketball in than the Southwest, man. Let me tell you something. If Dallas ends up getting the crown this year, man, that's going to be because Dallas, if they win the championship, you got Houston. You mentioned Houston, who were 41-41. They're going to be better, a lot better with Ime Udoka running them. Memphis, they were just destroyed by injuries, so you got to expect they're going to be doing what they did prior. And then the Spurs with Wembanyama, and they talking about swinging the fence to get a started place next to him. Dude, the Southwest is going to be the most competitive division in all of the NBA next year. And the Pelicans are sitting their ass right up in the middle of it. So, man, like I said, that's why all of this is very important for what we're talking about. Like, in DC, that's why I see you've been advocating for the Trey Young thing, the Trey Young thing. We have two Treys. But
yeah, I was being a contrarian, the other show talking about it because I think we have to give up something for it. But once we had ties to him, man, it's the only move that makes sense.
Yeah, it's
the most sense. Now we can do some other stuff instead.
Well, the pressure on like you make a good case because I wanted to ask that because if Dallas, because they're in the finals, Dallas wins. If they win, the champ is in the Southwest, and the Pelicans got all these other teams that will be better. There's no doubt in my mind that all of these teams will be better next year. We can't be bringing up the rear in the Southwest Division. We got to ascend, and in trading out BI, you got to get good value, great value back for BI, sending them out. So indeed, this is a pivotal moment for the Pelicans moving forward. No doubt about it. This is going to be very difficult coming up next year, man, for real. So anyway, Lex, I'm going to give you the floor for the last time, and then we'll get up out of here.
Oh
yeah, we need to do that's a draft show Q too.
We got DC is plenty. We got some more stuff coming. Go ahead, Lex. The floor is yours. Lex?
Yeah, I'm here. Nah, I was just gonna piggyback on what you all were saying. Like, I mean, Memphis, man, you talking about they got GG, Ja, Bane, and Triple J coming back. Hold on just a second, man.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff going on with them, man. Like I said, I was looking at some of these people, and I was like, man, the Southwest is going to be the best division in all of pro basketball. especially if, and even if Dallas doesn't win the chip, that still sets a high floor for them coming into the following year. Because remember the previous year, man, it was all kind of turmoil going on down there with Dallas. And Dallas started making moves, making trades, getting proactive. And next thing you know, they're in the damn finals. I'm like, man, why can't we be like that? Why are we sitting up here talking? These people are acting like they got all the time in the world. And as long as we allow these people to sit here and spin all these damn excuses about this, that, and the third, we had to keep putting pressure on the Pelicans. Almost feels like they working it out by process of elimination. Like, we've been saying, hey, man, get the medical stuff together. We've been saying this stuff for years, man.
Okay, they've been saying
not
that
having
3
a
years.
physical therapist.
They just got a physical
Well, they said
therapist.
redo the whole medical staff. Let's just get a physical therapist to see how that works.
Nah, Devin, bro, you already own the thing, bro. You said we already heard your perspective, bro. We not no supporters of injuries, bro, and letting people buy down, brother. No, we don't believe in that.
We're gonna do calling next week though, Devin. So show up next week, bro. We'll let you on the panel.
Chop it up, brother.
You can come and attempt to change our perspective.
Good luck with that shit. We done been there and seen all of that, brother. We've been doing this for a long time. We done heard all of the excuses that they're going to roll out. We understand what rosters are and depth charts and what you're supposed to do to brace your team or ensure your team to the best of your ability with a solid roster. And let me tell you something, coming into this year, the Pelicans second line, as they're called, was one of the best in the NBA, potentially. They had Najee, they had Jose Alvarado, Larry Nance. They had players off that bench that, if you did it right, would have really helped the starting five. And there were games where the Pelicans, especially in the playoffs, you didn't see that bench come alive. And it's like they said most times, and it's true, that coaches seem to restrict their lineups in the playoffs to make things a lot easier. But if you're healthy enough to do that, that's fine. If you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be, if you knew BI was dealing with some stuff, you knew you had to use somebody else or somebody else's to get in there and make some stuff happen. So it's always an answer for every question, brother. And it's not always injuries, because you can't predict injuries. But what you can do is you can ensure yourself against the injuries with your depth chart. I'm sorry, Alexa, you got the floor.
Oh, shoot. Speaking of injuries, man, hey, with all the injuries that Memphis was dealing with, how them dudes come back and beat the Pelicans 2 times in a row this season. You know what I'm saying? That right there is a killer. I don't know. I don't really understand that. But anyway, yeah, definitely the division's about to get tougher. It's about to get tougher. They're definitely going to get Wemby some more help. But, and the size factor, that's why whatever we do, we definitely got to make sure that we invest in size. Obviously, we talk about a lot that we need a point guard. But golly, man, I mean, you look at Dallas, Memphis, and the Spurs, maybe a little bit with Houston. But, I mean, the size factor is a big deal. So, I mean, there's a lot of holes this team's got to fill. A lot of holes that they got to fill. I mean, there's some tough decisions that they got to make. But something definitely has to be done. Please just don't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Just don't do nothing. Don't do it.
They got to do something, Lex. I think they're going to do something popping. Like DC saying, I think he kind of hitting on it when he talks about with David Griffin. And it's they know that the Southwest.
They got to make a big move, man.
They got to make a big move. Because, and the thing is, they wouldn't have to make a big move if they had made a series of moves that would have worked. And what I mean by that is, man, we've been talking about Daniel Gafford for some time now. Yeah. And how Gafford could have helped the Pelicans. We talked about that. We talked about players all the time. It just takes imagination. You got to know your team. You got to know your team and know what the team needs. It's like if you had Valanciunas, who was also available for 82 games this year. Valanciunas is a double-double, and Willie underutilized him. Even if he doesn't exactly fit your scheme, you still got to utilize the player to his benefit, if that's what you have. So, even if you have injuries all over the place, Valanciunas is available, use them to your benefit. Use your 7-footers, the length you had to your benefit.
Yeah.
The guy doesn't do that. So you can't, like I said, you got to bring all that. Don't tell me about no injuries if you don't tell me.
He loves Larry so much, he trying to kill that dude.
Yeah, Larry Nance can't play, can't do everything. Sometimes let Larry run out at the 4 and put a 7-footer at the 5. Let him play a little 4 every now and again. Imagine,
no, Larry cannot play the 4. We have Najee for that. Q, stop it.
You can move God, and he can play now at the 3. Come on,
we got Dice now. Dice gonna move up to the 4. And we're gonna continue to play Larry at the 5. You
Dice
bet you
move up to the
$1.
Hey,
Dice
you
is
know
playing
what?
the 4 now.
Dyson's actually a valuable.
We're gonna bring in EJ Liddell at the 4. There you go. That'll fix it.
They should treat him like a Quran.
If you are over 6'8", you cannot get major minutes at the center spot. That's what I want to let you know about all the people that we worked out. Q, damn near most of them ain't over 6'8". But if you are not over 6'8", you cannot get major minutes at the center spot.
Dude, you better have a 7-footer if you got Wembanyama in there, fool. Not you, but Willie. But this thing, you better make sure
he just gotta have a 38-inch vert. That's all. We just gonna hang our head on that.
You gotta jump from the
jump high. Yeah, he jump high.
It's amazing, man. That's what I'm saying about knowing your team, knowing who your adversaries are, and playing the league. But like I said, it'll all be run out. You can't get over the records. We laying down all of the facts about what the Pelicans are doing, man. And they just a process of elimination. Just got a physical therapist, so they play more games than they ever played. The next thing should be for the Pelicans to hire another physical therapist. Get 2 of them. If you had this much going on positive, hire another.
Well, they let go one of them, did they?
No, that was Zion's. Wasn't that Zion's personal trainer?
But that was through the organization, right?
That just happened this week. It was what's that lady's? It was the young lady that always assisted Zion. They let her go. His actual trainer, or the lady who attended to him. I don't know exactly in which way she trained him, but wasn't a physical therapist. She's still here. Amy's still here.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, man. They got some work to do. They got to swing for the fences. The Southwest Division is lit, and each one of these teams going to be better than what you see in them right now. You can see Houston winning more than 41 games, Memphis, if they're healthy, winning more than 27 games, and San Antonio stepping it up. So I mean, Dallas is building a nice. They got a good foundation of players right there. So man, listen. We got to move it up too. So I can understand DC talk about the Trae Young swing for the fence move to kind of electrify it. It might be the thing that they need to do. We'll see what he does. We know he likes to make a splash. That's for certain. We know he likes to do that. All right. So anyway, with that being said, we're gonna get on up out of here, man. Listen,
the Pels also got they got to double down and get some more big bodies too. We get Trae Young. If we don't get some 7-footers on the squad, bro, we still gonna be.
Well, hey,
in a little bit of a
7-footers. We gotta play them.
Dude, you had 2 7-footers all last year. You had one that played the entire season. And he didn't.
Well, if you understand how the roster is constructed, when I say we got to get the 7-footers and we got to trade for Young by default, that means Larry's gone.
Tell your coach that. No.
Yes.
No, you ain't going nowhere. Willie Green, that's the only time Willie Green will start cursing if you talk about trading Larry Nance for anything.
I'm definitely trading them now because we got to break out of this quiet boy image. So we definitely trading them. I need Willie to start cussing.
No, they're not.
I want to see a few gray hairs pop up. I need to see some goddamn frustration.
They're not talking about changing the quiet boy thing. They don't see no problem with it. In their minds, that's what helped them win.
I ain't never win like that,
bro.
But it's about growth, though.
No, but they don't see an issue with that. They're not concentrating on that, much like the 0-29 thing. You got to see it as an issue for you to bring light and correct it.
Yeah,
they don't see an issue with that
corporate mentality.
Yeah, they don't see an issue. They think in their minds, in their minds, they think right. And a lot of times, corporate people, they lack imagination. They do because it's black and white to them. That's how they train to think.
Yeah.
So they're not
all about that paper. And the thing is, the paper don't tell everything. That's the analytical side, I guess, of things. But sometimes you just got to see with your eyes and not with you. Actually see with your eyes with the game, not what's on paper. They're like, well, it says here that we did this. Like, no. Did you forget the part where it said here that how many double-digit leads this team lost?
Nope.
Did you see that part?
Even address that.
Did you see the part where we went 0-26 or 0-27?
I don't care about none of that. We had 4 or 5 more wins than last year. That's all that matters.
But it could. What I'm saying is that it could have been better. Like that. That should show like 0-27 is a huge blowout. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's bad. That is really bad. You know what I'm saying? Like in pressure moments, like the team and hey, the core and everybody was available in those games. So it's like, man, you can't just look at one thing. You got to look at everything. You got to look at the details, man. You know, I think too much of the focus is on 49-33. You know, each year he's you know, the win percentage has gone up. Man,
that's right.
It's not that. But why aren't we not looking that all this team is a borderline playing team or a first round exit? Why aren't you looking at that? And because each of those years that this team was a playing team. That's not growth. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, regular season is great, but how you establish your credentials and your legacy is in the playoffs. I'm not saying, look, I know we want to go to the finals. Love to go to the finals, Western Conference Finals and NBA Finals, all that stuff. But the thing is, first, this team needs to start proving that you're a true contender and not a pretender. I mean, we could at least did what the T-Wolves did. Maybe at least go to the second round like the Thunder did. Again, I keep saying them because they're the measuring stick. The rebuild for those teams started at the same time.
It did.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like we can't at least get to the second round. You know, we trying to go further into the playoffs. It's not about we want to get to the finals. Yeah, we want to get there, but we also understand that there's steps. Every single year, this team has been a play-in team. The play-in is not the playoffs, just like regular season is not the playoffs.
Right.
It's like, you know, we gotta. When are we gonna get out of the play? This team shouldn't have been a play-in team. They really shouldn't have. Really, that game that they lost against the Spurs, that was a heartbreaker right there. They should have won that game. It's like, look, I understand you lost to Boston. Who else did they lose to in that stretch? Because they lost like what? Like 8 games, home games or something like that. They beat the Bucks before, then they played Boston. I think they played.
Hold on, I'm pull it up next. Hold on. I'll pull it up. It was a horrible stretch of games, man.
Yeah, it was. It was really horrible.
It fell the hell apart badly toward the back end of the season. And they even started losing.
Couldn't even buy a game at home. And then it's crazy is that what?
Austin,
against the
Phoenix,
Kings,
Orlando, and San Antonio.
Orlando, yeah. Orlando was that team.
The Lakers either.
Yeah, and the Lakers. That's a lot of, it's like, and then the thing is, look, by the time they changed it, they started practicing in the SKC against the Kings. Like what? Like,
yes.
no, y'all been having problems playing at home. Y'all ain't winning at home. All the games that they had, including against the Thunder, were like the last 10 games were home at home were losses.
Yep.
And the only time that they won was when they were playing the Kings and they practiced in the SKC. Y'all should have been did that.
First
what are
time
you doing practicing in a practice facility? Apparently, there's something going on. You need to get over the hump. Playing, I don't know, man.
The people don't let the family don't let that listen. What she said was very vital. What she just dropped was true about that. It might sound like a small detail, but listen, that's actually a big thing because they found that out because they were asking them, what's the difference between how you guys are winning on the road versus why you can't win at home? And they started delving into it, and they asked them about, where do you guys practice? Well, we practice in the arena in which we play, and they have a familiarity with the arena they practice, and then they come out, they win a game. Well, when they came to the home situation, they would always practice in the practice facility on airline.
It's like, why did they change that, like, after they lost 3 games in a row?
Exactly. Then one of them said, then somebody said, hey, man, let's do what we do on the road. Let's practice in the arena. And then they did it, and they won.
They did it one time, and then OKC, they didn't do it.
No, they went back to doing it because that's what Willie Green does.
When something
worked, adjustment for that one game.
You finally found something that worked, and then you go away from it. And that's how he coaches. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I mean, I didn't understand that at all. And the thing is, it's like, even with the Kings, the Pelicans had the Kings number this year. So I don't think either way, whether they would have practiced in the SKC compared to the practice facility, I don't know if that would have had a huge effect. But golly, I mean, be a little superstitious, dog. Practice in the SKC.
I mean, if any,
what do you have to lose?
Right. I think that was a good thing for them to do, but they had to decipher it. But like I said, the way it looks at like in Devin asking about the Zach Edey thing, we covered that early in the show, brother Devin. So you can go back and listen to it. We talked about we covered the story about them pre-draft with Edey. We also talked about other prospects as well. So you can feel free to go back early in the show. All right, but yeah, it's just one of the things that the Pelicans, man, listen, and there ain't no more comfortable stuff about to happen. Like I said, the Southwest is about to be real this year. It's going down. So all the stuff that we talked about, because they have some really good coaches. I mean, the best coach in NBA history is in the Southwest. You'll have assets.
Dallas is representing this division very well right now. And let me tell you something. They are going to be a huge target. And Memphis is definitely coming back, man. I mean, they got Jemison, GG, Triple J, and Ja. Them four right there,
and they got a lot of centers, linked in the draft in Memphis too. Memphis ain't stupid. They see what's going on in our division.
That's why they did. They traded what is his name? Aquaman, Steven Adams. Yeah, they traded him to Houston to get up off him. So he ain't even there no more. They were thinking way ahead. And see, that's what the Pelicans need to do, man. That's what the Pelicans need to do.
That will require vision, Lex. And that will require you also
it does.
Understanding that what you've been doing to this point hasn't been working. That would require that. See, we have a way of doing things, and we have yet to accept failure. Maybe the trading of BI is them accepting that everything they have set up and have been doing is a failure, and they reshift and refocus. But that will require vision, and as Q says, and you just said, some imagination. They have to think outside the box. Now, we do have Bryce Graham coming in, so maybe he provides a little ability for us to be, I guess, more creative, because he's younger. Younger people a lot of times have unique ideas. They're not going to try to follow all of the trends. They usually try to create a new one, or at least go with something that's a newer trend. Be more willing to adapt, to change, to reshift. And if the Pelicans' current state isn't more of a need to reshift, I don't know what the hell is. So if they don't see this and everything that we've been through, and this as the prime opportunity to go ahead and reshape the roster and how you do things, this may be the last chance we get with this current roster and regime. Because if you go, in my opinion, I think Zion's contract is what? This is the second year of his contract kicking in. So we got 4 more years of Zion, right? You got about 2 years, man. We're on the clock, because we all know these guys take mega deals, right? Once they take the money, right around the middle of that contract, if you still is fiddling around in the same position as what is this kid was when you drafted him, we still just meddling around, make the playoffs here, make playoffs there. We're the super contending player team. I think we got all the playing records. We leading in every category in playing. Anything that requires longevity, I'm pretty sure the Pelicans got it. We always in the play. You know,
That's
if
awful.
we're still there, then can you really be mad at Zion for requesting a trade or saying he wants out by year 2027?
If you look at all the situations with Anthony Davis and CP3,
It's all of them. Let's just not just AD.
There's been a consistent, reoccurring situation through all this. And really that's why it's kind of funny, because it even goes beyond Griff. It goes beyond that. Even when Demps was here, like, the thing is, like, just, I don't know how they're doing. I think you talked about how their system, like how they run this thing. Like, there's so many blueprints out here on how to run your organization. I mean, we've talked about Miami. We've talked about the Spurs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can even throw in Dallas, for crying out loud. I mean, you have blueprints on how to, what you need to have a successful team. But it definitely does start from the top, because there's too many reoccurring events that just scream out, look, you all don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. And the fact that, to use the excuse, well, because they do this a lot. Oh, we're a small market team. Stop saying that. Just because you're a small market team doesn't mean that you have to have a small market mindset. You shouldn't have a small market mentality. Look, the Bucks, they're a small market team, but they came out and won a championship. Memphis is a small market team, but they've been making the playoffs. The T-Wolves are a small market team. Look at where they got. The Thunder are a small market team. Look at where they got. Like, it's like, so why aren't they using that small, we're just a small market team. We can't do it. We can't do this or that. But yet you're using that as an excuse on why you can't do your job. That makes absolutely no sense. All those teams I named are small market teams, but they don't have a small market mentality. And that's the difference. Stop talking about, we're small market. Get out of that mentality and think bigger, because it can be done.
Yeah.
I like that, Lex. I think you own it, because you are what you believe you are. So if you consider yourself a small market team and you think small and everything is small, your results are going to be small.
Exactly.
and minimal.
Small and cheap. And Griff, I don't know how many times Grifton said that, y'all.
Great breakdown.
He mentioned, we're
That's
small
great,
market.
Lex. That's awesome.
Just drilling that same message into the fan base and themselves and everything else.
Yeah, I mean, we got to step it up this year, man. Got to compete. We got to step it up, man. We got to step it up. Ain't no doubt about it, man. This season, this upcoming season will show a lot. The BI, it starts with the BI thing, man. I mean, we looking at the draft and then the BI thing.
And you're right, Big Swole. I see what you said. Yeah, winning. Once you start winning, because look, the small market, if you start winning, that makes you a big market. In a lot of ways, it actually makes you a big market, because you're winning championships.
That's right. That's a great point.
That's an excellent point, and that's actually a unique point that I've never heard anybody bring up pertaining to the Pelicans. Because I mean, man, it kind of highlights the issue that we've been saying with the team. Everything is about mentality, outlook, vision, direction, focus, goals. let's be real. We can look at a winning team, right? And you look at goals. Most teams they have a goal in the beginning of the season that won the finals. What was their goal? Their goal was to win the finals. There's very few teams, probably not any teams, that have won the finals or championship of any matter that didn't have a goal of winning the championship. You know what I'm saying? And inside of those goals, you got certain check marks you got to hit. Okay, I want to win the finals this year. Well, we need to go on a. Let's talk about this all the time. We need to go on a 10-game winning streak. How many finals teams or teams that won the finals never went on a 10-game winning streak? Or at least like won like 9 games and lost 3. Double-digit winning streak. You know what I'm saying? Like the goals, the direction, the focus, where is it with our front office? And we really don't know, being honest. We come here and we try and provide great ideas and commentary on what should happen, but we have no idea what the focus is in the front office because everything they do constantly shows you a lack of direction, a lack of a plan, a lack of focus, a weak mentality, small ideas, thinking to fix, let's fix the problem today, and the 10 problems that fixing the problem today causes tomorrow, we'll just handle them once we get to them. Like, we have no vision. We can't see the forest from the trees a lot of times. And if you're an organization and you understand that and you actually want to win, that's where it starts. This is the big off season for David Griffin.
5 years.
Dennis Lucia.
Yeah.
You know, all these people, because you're not going to continue to gain the support of the people here, because these people here, we value the ability to be able to be resilient, to be mentally tough, to be grinders and put in the work, and then be talented. That's what New Orleans is. That's us. That's what makes up people from here. This is what we embody, and it does not show that in the team.
Nope.
And that's the difference between the support that the Saints have and the support the Pelicans have. Now, the Saints, they're going through a rough patch right now, but they've had a consistent run of showing all of those things. It showed up in the team, and it wound up in us actually winning the championship and being a contender to win the championship multiple years. I don't think people here are so greedy where we have to be a dynasty, although who wouldn't want that? But we respect hard work and seeing you doing the right thing and telling us the truth. Because New Orleans people are laid back, we cool, but we not stupid. They think because we cool and laid back and we be chill that we stupid. And when we get turned, we get turned. So we go from laid back and chill to really aggressive and angry. You know, and I think they did a lot of times the Pels they take advantage of the fan base and the loyalty that we have, or the perceived loyalty that we have based on the Saints, and they just try to do enough to just keep us sucked in. So a lot of times are they actually really trying to win? Or are they trying to win enough to just make some money?
Trying to put butts in the
The
seats.
sooner we figure that out, and they figure that out, if it's what I just said, then you know the jig is up. We might actually lose the team, because as much as people want the Pels here, if that is what they're trying to do and what they're going to continue to do, people are not going to support the team. We don't like phoniness. We don't like fake. It is what it is. You trying to win and you losing, and we see you doing everything, taking the swings and missing, but really trying, people still gonna respect the team. They might be mad about it. They might say this or that, but they gonna respect it. They gonna ride for them. But if you keep taking the funk, man, like all this shim sham and beautiful word salad and flip floppy ass shit, man, this ain't no representation of us, and we don't respect it. And the sad part about the team we have now, the Pelicans are extremely talented. Talent don't mean a lot if you don't know how to utilize it, which is the problem we're experiencing, or if you don't know what to do with it. We had multiple players that went other places, won championships, impact other teams. We get assets for them, and we don't turn it into shit. If we look around the league and everything that we've provided to help other teams. It is a damn shame that we're in the position we're in. We should at the very least be in the same position as the Oklahoma City Thunder. And like I said, I'm going to say this, then we're going for a minute. This Brandon Ingram trade right here. And I guess all you can say to CJ McCollum trade too, because we know he got to go because Trey got to start. And we need a point guard. These two trades, this is pretty much it for this regime. They fucked up so much. They down to their last chance, because I don't think you're gonna turn CJ into too much. But we still got some picks, so you never know. But they down to their last chance or two to be able to right the ship. There's no more band-aiding and fixing band-aid shit after this. You gotta knock one of these out the park. If they messed up the BI trade, it would be bad. It probably would be the end of the world. They still have an opportunity of a last-ditch effort with CJ. But if they fuck up both of those, man, it's it. That's it. Zion's probably out of here. David Griffin's fired. We resetting everything, and we're back to rebuilding. Hopefully, we have a stockpile of picks if that happens. But nonetheless, intrigued to see what we do, man. They need to go get Trey. Stop playing and swing for the fences, man. Go down fighting. Can you please be a good representation of our goddamn team and try to do the most? Make the big move. There ain't no better time than now. There's no reason to keep fucking waiting.
All right, so we're gonna have to leave it right there, fam. And listen, man, this is a great stream. We put together 4 hours of Pelican talk, man. I know it didn't feel like 4 hours, but it's exactly 4 hours of Pelican talk that we just. We appreciate. Yeah, right. We appreciate 222 people in the stream, man. Y'all hit the like button. Feel free to hit the subscribe button if you're not a subscriber. And join PPR, man. We've been doing this for a long time, talking about the Pel. And we like you guys to join us for our subscribers. Hit that subscribe button. Share if you're on Twitter. Give X rather. Give me a re-X. It shouldn't be a retweet. Give me a re-X. You know, yeah, re-X. Right.
That shit don't even sound right, you.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to create something new. It ain't Twitter.
A re-X is an XX, so don't tell nobody to send it 3 times, bro. Get a little weird.
I'm saying no. We say you said get your mind out together, brother.
I'm just saying, man, that shit crazy.
Oh, re-X. 2X, not 3, okay?
That's 2X. It's 3. It's 3. Once it get to 2, that's a little too big, you.
All right, so anyway,
you know, like BBQ, you know what I'm saying? Barbecue. That's too big, dog.
I don't know what you're talking about. All right,
BBQ. That's what I'm talking about.
Nah, there's no such. All right, so anyway,
all right, re-XQ so it can be big Q. Go ahead. All right.
You done? Are you done? All right, so anyway. All right, so with that being said, we're gonna get ready to leave on that, man. Listen, we appreciate that. Shout out to the Twitter, the X family members viewing us. Shout out to my Graham, the Instagram family members out there as well. I see y'all, man. Appreciate you. We that for life and the rest of them. T-Mom, I see you, baby. Big ups to y'all. And big ups to all of our LinkedIn people viewing us, everybody, man, across the several platforms. We are currently multi-streaming across Facebook. Shout out to you. Y'all hit the like button. We'll be back later on in the week. We'll talk some more Pelican some more Pelican news and notes. We'll cover all that in the flash reports, and we'll have another stream on Friday. We open up the phone lines for we invite all you guys to come in and chime in and give me and Lex and DC your brilliant ideas or thoughts about how the Pelicans can improve. Y'all are more than welcome to put them in the comment section, and when we open up the live stream for commentary, y'all can do it as there as well. So with that being said, we're going to get out on that. Listen, I appreciate each and every last one of y'all, man. It was a blast. We'll be back on the next one. Much love and go Pels.
Show us the edge. Yes. The chip on the shoulders, the fight and the passion that comes from within. Whoa. Trying to win on every level. Yeah. Expectations high. Gotta show them you can fly. Play harder, better, smarter. Baby, put the league on notice. Show me the edge, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. see the walk of winning, time to come up and bring out the alcohol. Don't every play, every possession. How bad you want it, love, you want it all. This ain't a blood of love, built for something greater. Tackling all obstacles, coming for the ring, my precious. You got the juice, the will, the heart, the fire. Show 'em the proof, show 'em that it shall be done. Show me the edge, yeah, yeah, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah.
You're listening to the Pelicans Postgame Report on the PRO Media Network for all things Pelicans.
TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop.